Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning. What's up, man? How y'all feeling? Yo, we back home. Let's get our favorite on here real quick. Yo, what's up?
Morning.
Mr. Mom,
Hey y'all, hey y'all.
good morning.
Morning, Miss Joni. How are
Y-
you?
Yo, I'm blessed. It's so nice to be back in the suburbs
Where we belong. Okay, you know we like
where we belong, yo.
we actually bougie. You know we're all bougie. Okay.
Yo, I don't mind visiting the ghetto, but we can't live there. Yo,
We can have a few properties so when we need to go and we need to do what we gotta do.
yes, yo, yes. Facebook was not the move.
I'm so happy to be back. Thank you for figuring that out, Miss Joni. You were really like the tech host century every
Yo, I'm really not, yo. A lot of people are complaining about the same issue, yo. So I found us a little backdoor hack. I was on here last night, yo. People was jumping on. Shout out Rakayla, Chaos Smoothies. They was on here like, yo, we back. I'm like, yes. So now we just gotta hope that everybody else don't figure out the hack.
I was gonna say we need to stop saying it because you know the feds are always watching. They're going,
They always watching, yo. They always watching, but it's all good, yo. We back, we here, we home.
yes, we made
Yo, I love it. Hey, yo, shout out Victory, yo. It's her birthday today.
happy birthday, baby. Yes.
Happy birthday, yo. It's always a blessing to see another year, yo.
Absolutely. I wonder how old are you, Victory? Everybody show Victory some love, all the happy birthday vibes.
Right? Exactly. How old are you, Victory? Let us know. Hey, not Naeem going to say, I do a little hacking myself. Yo, well, where was you the past 3 days when we've been in Ghetto University on Facebook?
You
Didn't offer not one time.
need to hack it up, baby. Hack it up. What were you doing?
Right? Yo, Victory says she's 16, sweet 16. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Hey, yo, you here. So that means that you a leader. So you on your way up.
Yeah, it's the best way to spend a birthday if you ask me. Okay.
Yo, yes, yo. I love it. Hey, yo, guess who was on here first, yo? You don't even know him because I didn't know him.
I was about to say who?
Yo, James Kane.
James Kane?
Kane, yes, like Big Daddy Kane.
That was what I was like. Miss Johnny had to say that. I was wondering. Okay,
Yo, James Kane, good morning, yo. He was on here first. I started it early because I had to make sure that the hack was still working. So I started at like 9 o'clock. My man was on at 9:10, yo, talking about some good morning.
good morning. You better be up and ready for success, honey.
I
That's
was up and ready for success sessions, yo. And then our girl Breezy had to come through like 10 minutes later. But definitely shout out to Big Daddy James Kane because he was on there first. Good morning, James. How you feeling? Happy Wednesday.
it, Miss Joni. It's Tuesday, right?
It's Tuesday?
Don't scare me. My heart dropped. I was like, oh, geez.
Dang, it is Tuesday. Yo, these days be just listen, all I know is it's success session day. That's all I know.
Wake up, success sessions. Go to sleep.
Wake up, success sessions, yo. That's it, yo. That's all I know, yo. Happy Tuesday, yo.
Happy Tuesday. Oh, this is great.
Man, this is amazing. It feels good to be back home, yo. Hey, yo, good morning, Team Carmen, yo. Is Team Carmen here?
Good morning, Team Carmen.
Where y'all at, yo? AKA Team Cold in the summer. Good morning to y'all. Hey, Team Dominique, yo.
Team Dominators.
Good morning, y'all. Them dominators, yo. What's How y'all feeling today? Yo, where's Team Evan, yo? Are y'all here?
Good morning.
Good morning, Team Evan, y'all. Every day I bake bread. What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling today? Yo, Team Luke,
All
where
right,
y'all at? Good
team.
morning, Team Luke, aka Team Legendary. They legends in the making, Miss Simone. I know you know it.
I already know. I'm so happy just to even know, be in their virtual presence. Okay.
Yes, yo. Good morning. Hey, yo, this might be my favorite today, yo. Team Tremaine.
Team Tremaine, stand up. Team Tremaine.
Team Tremaine better stay. Yo, I don't care if you in the bed, stand up on your pillow, jump on your mama kitchen table, shake your mama bonnet and say, Mama, I'm on Team Tremaine, yo. You tripping if you think I'm slipping. Y'all better stand up, yo. Y'all need to be, I need to be hearing y'all outside making some noise right now, yo.
Team Tremaine. And that's on period. Good morning.
Yes, yo. That's on period, yo. Y'all need to be coming hard, yo. Yes. And tell your mother if that ain't a wavy wave bonnet, she got the wrong bonnet on her head. Go shake your daddy's do-rag. Tell him Team Tremaine up in here this morning, yo. Pull the back part of his do-rag. For real, yo.
Take the bonnet, wave it around in the air, whatever you need to.
Yes, wave it around like you just don't care.
Okay. I love you.
Yo, Andre said my mother would be so mad if I was to wake her up like that. Not if you tell her you on Team Tremaine and she watched that video, then she gonna be like, I understand, son. I get it. I get it. Hey, yo, Team Brandon, though. Good morning. Are y'all here, man?
Yes, boss.
Yes, yo. AKA Boss Sauce, AKA Boss Moves Only. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Hey, yo, Life with Live saying Miss Johnny gonna get us in trouble. Look, it's for a good reason, yo. If one go down, we all go down.
I don't know. Y'all gonna get spanked. It's okay.
Right? Yo, Team Alma, aka Team All Stars. What's up? Y'all here with us this morning? Good morning, y'all.
Yes, yes.
Yo, and last but not least, yo, Team Entanglement, yo. Yo, Team Entanglement, good morning, yo. Where y'all at? Look, if you want to get out of Team Entanglement, yo, please let us know so we can assign you to a mentor. Hey, yo, them all-stars came deep. I see a lot of stars in the chat.
Okay, now I was
Yo, they putting stars in the chat, yo. Okay, Team All-Stars.
Oh, good. They said don't sleep on our shine.
Yo, you can't sleep. Hey, yo. Yo, Lyrical J said Team Entanglement still. Hey, yo.
Look, as long as you're entangled to success, that's all that
As
matters.
long as you entangled to success, yo. Miss Simone said it best, yo. But look, check this out. If you are officially a part of Youth Works, I feel like I say this every day, yo. So it's really no excuse. But if you are part of Youth Works and you expecting a check from us and you on Team Entanglement, baby, ain't no check coming because don't nobody know you here. Yo, it's nothing coming. Nobody knows you here, yo.
I would cry so hard. Okay, let me stop. You think you're
Yo, it's crazy, yo. Yo, we got several knocks at the door, Miss Simone. Is this legit? Hold up.
Let the people in, Miss Jones.
Wow. All of them?
All of them. We're having a party today. It's Tuesday.
Wow. I can't believe you did this to me today, Miss Simone. Wow.
Crazy.
Wow.
I'm so excited.
I'm not.
Tony.
I'm not. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Hey, Cam. Hey, Chaos Smoothies.
Hey, Nira.
NTS Nira. What's up, Nira?
Hey,
What's up, Miss Jones?
Hey.
Hey, listen, I can't.
Here we go.
Yo, y'all got rabbit hole on here, yo.
Great.
Rabbit. Good morning, Rabbit.
What's
I
up,
can't
Rabbit?
believe this. How you,
Thanks, sis.
yo, wow. Wow. Let me shut up. This, wow. I can't believe it, Miss Simone.
It's gonna be a great. We gotta pull our babies out the holes. We gotta get them up. Come on, let's go.
What's up, Rabbit?
Hey, sis. What's up?
What's going on?
Nothing.
What we got for the heartbeats today?
Okay, so we will be talking about to you guys about what children need from adults. Basically, if you have an absent parent in your life or a parent that's not doing much that can help you, what can they do to help you? What do you feel like they can do more to support you? So we're going to be talking to you guys, asking you guys some questions, and yeah, it's going to be good.
But before we do that, we're going to introduce ourselves, tell a quick story, about ourselves so y'all can, understand, this topic really be about because it's juicy.
Nina, you want to go first?
Go ahead, Rabbit. No, you want to go first.
All right, so first of all, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Monet Johnson. I am 17. I am a senior, an upcoming senior at Kenwood High School. I have my own business, 2 of them actually. One is called Navy Boutique. The second one is called Shaded and Slade. Let me show y'all my glasses real quick because they real cute. So get over there and support. So I have the matte black ones, some glasses, some little Cartier glasses. Y'all, hold on, let me open them so y'all can see. So y'all can see just a pair each real quick. I'm so nervous. I don't know. I'm just.
Is this the rabbit I know?
This the rabbit.
It can't possibly be. Not
so
business owner, professional.
And I have them in multiple colors. I have some upcoming one, new arrivals coming. Should be coming in the next 2 weeks. And I have new arrivals in these. But we're going to have these with the diamonds because a lot of y'all want these. We have different colors of these. And yeah, the Navy Boutique is going to be a clothing line, lashes. There's going to be more stuff in there to pick from. So I want to talk to you guys about how I've been through a time in my life where I was lacking support from a parent. When I was younger, I lost my dad, but before I lost my father, I was talking to my mother, telling her that I needed a father, because my mom, she, I once learned that it's no handbook to parenting. So with that being said, I'm not gonna keep blaming her or feel that. I'm just gonna, move past it and forgive and learn. It's just a lesson learned. But I didn't get a chance to see my father as much that I wanted to when he was alive. And it was just, she wasn't hearing me. She wasn't taking the time to understand where I was coming from when I was telling her it's situations that I can't come to you with, that I can go to my father with, because he's a guy and he's going to tell me how to handle myself when I approach the wrong guy. What do I need to look in, like the guy that I need to say, oh, this is the guy for me, instead of just having it be a lesson learned on myself, like going through it by myself. And it was tough. It was hard. But I mean, move past it and be better, right? So I guess that'll be my topic. And I want to give y'all a drool too for today.
You started early, Miss Simone.
So
I love it. I just can't believe it. Thank you, Rabbit. Thank you.
So this drool is, don't let your parents' negative comments define who you are. Meaning, you know how some people, parents say, oh, you're not going to be this, you're dumb, you're not going to make it in life. And then they start to actually think that, like they grow up saying, oh, I'm not going to be nothing. I'm going to be just like my mother who's not nothing, when you could turn into something and create the world a better place. So don't go out here and let that, just look at yourself and be like, I know I can do it, and just show her or your parent or anybody that you can do it. So, yeah.
What's up, Cam?
Well, everybody know me as Cam. My real name is Camry, but a lot of people mess it up, so I just go with Cam. I'm the creator of Chaos Smoothie that you'll see on my name necklace. And yeah, if y'all ever need me for like help and stuff, y'all can come to me always.
Go ahead, Nene.
All right. So I'm NTS Nera. I'm a leader. So that's number one. I'm a leader. After leadership, I'm a rapper. I'm an entrepreneur. Um, I sell shirts. I do it all. I do web design now. I'm doing graphic design. I'm just trying to keep myself busy, trying to figure out, my path, my story, my future. And a story I would share with you guys about today's topic, I would say my parent, with my mom, to me, she shows more attention to her boyfriend than me. That's my view on my mom. And I go to say, don't allow what how can I say this? Accept the situation. That's what I want to say. Just accept it and plan ahead. Because to me, it hurts more when the situation keep happening, keep happening, keep happening, keep happening. How can, this story change, the storyline change? I would say, just focus on accepting the situation. If you're going through a cycle, with your parents or whoever, a relationship that's toxic or, just a messed up relationship, just accept that the relationship is messed up and then, try to plan ahead and figure out how can you fix this messed up situation. And yeah.
Can I
That is,
I forgot I didn't add my story.
yeah.
All right, so I don't not too many people be like knowing too much about me, but like with my mother, we don't have like the best relationship. It's not because like she doesn't provide for me or anything, but like she can provide for me like monetarily, but like just because she didn't like receive what she needed like as a child, like people didn't tell her like I love you. Like my father tell me he loved me every time he on the phone with me and stuff like that. But like it's still something that she working on. Like I kind of had the same issue with like I feel like my mother kind of puts men before me. Not saying she a bad mother. She not a bad mother at all. I love her to death. But sometimes it is what I feel like I deal with. And I kind of sometimes be like scared with like my little brother because it's like I don't want him to go through the same thing when I'm gone. Cause I'll be going to like college and stuff soon. So that's kind of something that I'm kind of worried about now. But she's getting better. And yeah, she sometimes like I'll tell her certain things or like I'll stress certain issues to her and she like it go in one ear and out the other. So like that's something that we dealing with, but we all got our issues.
And I just thank y'all so much for sharing your story and getting up here as youth and telling adults what you need from them because it's not easy. It truly, truly is not easy, especially at such a young age where you really need that guidance and direction and trying to figure out where to get it from. And in the house, they'd be like, home business is home business. Don't tell anybody what's going on. But you're like, I need to talk to somebody. Like, I need to figure out how I'm going to navigate this thing called life. So I'm just really proud of y'all for sharing your story and feeling empowered to tell the adults in your life what you need from us. So
Yeah, I think as a young person, growing up during this time, I think it's very important to, make sure that your point is heard or, just your voice itself is heard. Because like I think Cam said it, like your parents probably didn't show your parent love and your parent don't know how to love or whatever the case is. But I think this generation is the generation to check everything. Like, mom, you doing it wrong. Like, like, mom, this would, not saying you doing it wrong, but, I think this the the generation that's voicing their opinion. I think we need to continue that. We need to, continue to help our parents, because most of our parents had kids when they were our age, and at the end of the day, it's like, us, we kind of know a little more, not a little more than our parents, but some of us don't have kids, the same age our parents had. So we kind of know a little bit about, you know, a college, or, about, hey, this resource over here, the same stuff that our parents never got the opportunity, to go out there and seek for. So I think, we should just continue to voice, our feelings, because feelings matter, you know, grow your confidence, do whatever you got to do. Don't get disrespectful with your parent and everything. But just have adult conversations with them, and, understand your parent, because your parent makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, and they're not perfect, same as we not perfect. And the same way our parents, check us when we doing wrong, we need to check our parents, but do it respectfully. Don't, step out of your character. Pull
Can
your
I add
mom,
to
pull
that
your
real
dad
quick?
to the side. Yeah.
So like, I know you said like kind of like check your parent, like, and I get that. Like sometimes I'll say certain things to my mother, like voicing something that I feel like is wrong, and like say it in a respectful way and all. And like she be taking it as like I'm being rude, or like, you know how they be like, stay in the child's place or something like that. Like when we come to them about certain issues, like how do we make sure that they don't take it as disrespectful? Because regardless of how respectful we saying it, like because of their mindset on things, they still view it as disrespectful. So how do we like change the perspective? Because like I know a lot of people deal with that. Like,
I say, well, me personally, my opinion, I say action before anything. Like your actions as well. Like not just telling your parent, hey mom, you're doing this wrong, or hey mom, mom, tell me you love me, or something. Like not, physically saying, but your body language, your actions can, give a little, like, dang, like, you know, your actions. So basically what I'm saying is, like, okay, say if you come in the house, your mom she never really was the type of mom to really say I love you, or, don't really know how to express that type of love. Instead of saying, mom, hey, can you tell me you love me or whatever? Me personally, I would just go out the way and be like, hey mom, I love you. Just do it. Like, just do it. Get it uncomfortable to the point where I'm doing it so much, she gonna pick up the habit of saying I love you. Or, just actions, not just me speaking, But I understand what you're saying as far as they could take it as disrespectful and
um,
everything, like me.
uh, yeah, I definitely can see that, but like I don't know. I'm not trying to make it all about me, but like I know, like even still, when I tell my mother like I love her, like and
Right.
constantly keep doing it, and like, and it just not, it don't be, it doesn't work for her. Like my my mother would say, I feel like she say like I love you to her significant other first before she'll say it to me. Like I'll say I love
Right.
you, keep saying I love you, and like she'll be like, "Girl, why you
Right.
playing?" or something like that.
Why
She
you
don't be
playing?
like taking me
My
serious.
mother told me I'm lying. I go through the same exact thing. I feel like my parent tell her significant other she loved him more than she loved me, type
Hey,
thing.
can
I
I
go
say
through the
something?
same exact thing.
I don't think I don't have I have them situations, but the I love you part, we say it, but my mom has put her significant other before me too, and actually came out and told me she did it. So my I say it's gonna take time, but I feel like y'all should have one on one with your parents. Like besides your significant other, like ask them for some time and ask them, can we like
Time.
take a walk? Can we just ride real quick, go get something to eat, listen to music, and tell them how you feel? And I know that's not gonna always work because when I try, we still
Yeah.
end up arguing. we still end up fussing. And I just be like, just turn me around. Just take me back home. Like, just take me back home. But you gotta try it. I don't want it to be, well, my mother just don't love me. Because I know deep down inside she love you, just don't know how to show it. You get what I'm saying?
But
Yeah,
that's where you just, gotta show her how to love. Even though she know how to love, she know what to do. Cause I'm on this topic get me heated because I'm going through it right now.
Right.
And it's like what I'm trying to do, trying to show my mom that I love her, man. And I'm sorry that I even just broke down like that, but it really hurt.
I feel you.
Don't cry.
We here for you, Nero.
Love you.
Yeah.
We here
And
for
we
you.
love you, man. We really,
It's just
really do.
amazing. It's amazing that Rabbit even knew to pick me to talk about this because I'm going through it. I want my mom. I just want my mom, but everything don't work out how you want it to. And like I said, you just gotta accept situations and try to figure them out. And try to move forward. And my mother, she called me. I haven't talked to my mother in like 2 months. 2 months. And she called me on my birthday. And it's like I knew she was gonna call me. I knew she was gonna call me. And when she did, it's like everything she said, I knew she was gonna say it. But it was like I'm tired of keep going through the same. I'm like, I don't know why you think of me the way you think of me type thing. Like all I do is go to school. I do what I gotta do. I don't got no type of criminal history, whatever the case may be. So why am I getting treated as if I do? And then, I be stuck where I want to do that bad stuff because I think the people that do the bad stuff, they get the more, the more attention, the more love. And yeah, but yeah, this topic is just crazy that you did reach out to me. How everything worked because I'm definitely going through it. And to hear Cam say exactly like my thoughts, exactly like what's going on. All right, I'm trying not to, get emotional, but I can't help it because it is what it is, and everybody go through it. It ain't just me.
Yeah, Nero, definitely like I really feel you because like I was even gonna add this before you was talking, but I remember at one time like the situation was so bad, like I didn't feel like I could talk to my mother. And like I basically like wrote a whole like little letter basically to her, like just for her to read. And like at the time she was married at the time and like her husband read it. And I'm just like, this is something personal that I wanted you to read. And you let somebody else read it. It's like I don't feel like I have like me and my mother like have like privacy. Like I tell her something and she'll go and tell somebody else. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why I can't talk to her about certain things. Because it's like I be wanting to say certain things so bad to you. Like I'll be crying and all, and I'll talk to my friends before I talk to my mother. Because I'm like, I don't feel like I can go to you about certain things that I feel like I should go to you about.
I know we're virtual, but I just am squeezing y'all these biggest hugs and just all the love and love and love and love. And I know it's not can't replace the love that you need from your parents, but I just want y'all to know you're so special and so loved. And the way that y'all are able to be vulnerable, like you would never know that y'all go through this stuff because you don't let that stuff hold you back. And that is just something you can't put words on. But I just we'll add the word that we love you and we appreciate y'all for just being so vulnerable and sharing your story because it's going to help other people. And that's that we have to be here with each other. You don't always get to choose your family, and everyone's growing and learning in their own stuff, but you can pick your HeartSmiles family, and we love you.
I love you too, Miss Amon.
I love you too.
Thank you guys for just being so open and honest and for having these types of hard conversations with dignity and grace, because it's not easy to be able to talk about these things and still in the same breath still say, okay, but be respectful, be professional, still try to be understanding, still try to be empathetic. So regardless of what you guys are going through, the fact that you all are still leaders and you're still being a positive influence to other young people, like I don't think y'all understand how powerful that is, because we got over 100 young people watching right now, and a lot of them are relating to y'all situations, and the fact that you guys are still giving them positive advice and a positive perspective, like that's what helps people to keep going on and live to basically kind of fight another day when it comes to these type of challenges. So just thank you guys. And I hope that you know that you are loved and that you are special, and that regardless of what happens with your parental relationships, like whatever it is, you will get through it. We love y'all to death.
Thank you, Miss Jones.
Thank you.
Whew. Can we do presentations, Miss Simone?
Let's do it. Okay, just a second.
Thank you. Thank you. Man, I be walking past Bloomberg, like.
Yo, y'all gotta address Lewis' question though.
Yes.
I had put it in the chat, but definitely we missing a boy perspective from this conversation.
A boy perspective?
His question was, do y'all think it's different for a boy? And he had put
Yes.
him into a situation where his
Yes.
dad came and spoke to his sister and didn't even say anything to him.
Yeah.
And see, the situation with my big brother and my mom, I noticed it's a lot of, I don't know. To him, he think that my mother think, that he should do actions that her man should do, situations like that. So from my perspective, growing up, looking up at my brother and my mother fuss, to me, it was like my mother, she was pressuring my brother to do a lot, do a lot, do a lot. On top of that, he's the first child. So me coming behind him is like I saw, what to do, what not to do. And then on top of that, I don't know, but what I'm trying to say is I think it's very hard for the male. Like, I think for the male, and men have feelings, boys have feelings. And my brother, he comes and he cries to me, and he's like 23 years old, and he still cries about his mother. He still allow her to ruin his day type. And sometimes I don't understand it. Like, all right, yo, like just accept it. I always say that, but you can't, like, because he missed out on that time with his parent, and he's still a kid trying to figure out what to do, even though he's not a kid. And I be feeling for him. So I kind of understand the boys' perspective a little bit. Like they really be going through it, the first child. But yeah, the boys.
Wait.
I feel like
No, you go ahead.
Boys do really like have a harder time because like how we just got up here and we're actually talking about it. It's kind of harder for boys to actually talk about it because like with the stereotype and stuff, they don't want like males to be more like emotional or things like that. Like we really know it hurt them behind closed doors, but like they don't get a chance to like really say anything. Like, well, when they say certain things, people would be like, oh, they gay, or oh, they soft, or oh, they always get judged when they show emotions, but really it's just like it's being normal and being human. Like we all gotta have like our emotions. I know, like personally, my mother, she's a little bit more nurturing towards my brother than she was with me. Like, you know, like how boys kind of gravitate towards their mothers more, and the girls gravitate more towards their fathers. So like my mother, like if he got an issue, like as soon as he started crying, she pick him up type thing. She like, it's kind of different between the both of us, because like I guess because of that boy goes to mother type thing. But like with my father, like he has 3 girls, so he's just like, he's always on it. Like I always go to him for like emotional support. Like he's my like my best friend, and that's what kind of separate my mother between my father. Like my mother always provide for me. I live with my mother and everything, but my father is always there to give me advice, listen to me, be the person that be like, I love you, like everything like that. And like it's kind of hard for him. Like I only seen my father cry 2 or 3 times in my entire lifetime, and like he doesn't really share emotions about stuff, but like when it really gets like, it kind of like, I guess what people say, like implodes inside him, like all his emotions like burst. That's when he really cries. But other than that, he doesn't really say anything about him crying. So I guess I kind of get it, where boys don't really say anything. And I feel like it need to be a conversation that need to be had with boys too, because it's like emotions are human, what make you human. So.
Mm-hmm. You got something, Rabbit?
I was saying similar things that y'all was saying. Boys do have it harder. Well, both genders have it hard, but for the boys, it's like they don't have, like if they don't have that support, they go to the streets, and that's where it gets bad at. So in the house, they don't get a chance to talk to their mother. They'll take it to the street and look for love outside, and then their parents wind up losing their child. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So with my example is, Cam, I feel where you're coming from. With my brother, my mother do like everything for him. Everything. I call my mother, say, Ma, I need this. Oh, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. So I don't really have that experience where I see that boys don't have it hard. You get what I'm saying? I never experienced a male in my life that said, oh, I have it hard, other than my father and my elder. But with my little brother, he gets everything. Like I could tell my mother, oh my, I need this, or you gotta wait. But my little brother get everything. And then not only do he just have one parent, he have 2 that could do stuff for him. And I only have 1 that I can go to and be like, oh, I need this. So I don't have that experience where I see that males have it hard. Cause in my family, the males don't have it hard. More so girls have it hard.
I
So
think they think
my opinion on the boy perspective, because I honestly don't see that a boy have it hard. Because in my eyes, boys do whatever they want to do. Like their mothers let them do whatever they want to do. Ma, can I go to this place? This place? Yeah, you can go. When I say can I go, or female, like majority of my friends say the exact same thing. I can't do nothing, but my brother get to do everything. And my little brother 9. And if he get to do everything now, then when he get older, he really gonna be able to. So I don't see that. I don't see that. But in some cases, yeah, because my dad had it hard. My grandmother didn't do nothing for him. And you see where he's at. Like he's not here. And when he tried to fix it, he was only doing what he was taught. So a boy is only going to do what they see their mother do or their father do. They look at their father. So if a male have an absent father in their life, they're going to gravitate somewhere else that could be infected instead of somewhere that's helping them grow like that. So,
Can I try to give you some reason a little bit why they might be and why it might be like that?
Yeah.
All right. So I kind of think that I feel like, you know, because of how the streets is and how everything is around us, I feel like they kind of think boys need a little bit more nurturing than us. Like I feel like they think like that we could be independent and do certain things on our own, but sometimes like it feel like we really can't. Like I know for me, I kind of been doing a lot of stuff for myself, like buying my own clothes, pens, my phone bill, and different little things since like I was 14, and been more independent since then. But like I know my brother probably won't have to really face that because of like everything going around. She don't want him to be out there doing everything, and like I feel like they feel like we could survive a little bit without them.
And I agree with what you said when you said you feel like you have to do everything. I didn't want to cut y'all off, so I was going to wait. So when you said I feel like I have to do everything, I felt the same way. Basically, I didn't get a chance to experience a good childhood. Like I was like I was 1, I was 8, I was 17. Like I didn't get a chance to fully have a good childhood. Like I watched things go on in my household that was very effective. And I thought that was the right way to deal in a relationship. That wasn't the correct way. And not only did I see that from a female, I saw that from my father too. So I'm like, oh, well, when a female sees their father doing something, or when a boy see their father doing something, they're going to say, oh, well, that's how I'm going to treat my lady, or that's how I'm going to treat my mother. And that's not right. So I feel as though I don't know, I don't want to cry, but I just didn't get a chance to grow up properly, if that makes sense. Like right now, I feel as though, well, I need my mother, but when we argue, it's like, okay, well, I don't need you because I've been doing it my whole life. Like I grew up fast. Like I just grew up fast. I didn't have a chance to really play outside until I was about like 12, 11. I was taking care of my mother when she's supposed to be taking care of me. So, yeah.
Do y'all want to answer John's question really quick? Because I want to make sure we get to the PowerPoint. We only have like 8 minutes left. But John said,
Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry, y'all. He asked like 5 or 6 times,
I know. I'm
and it
sorry. I
definitely
was
is an
saying
important question.
good question. Y'all want to read it? You want me to read it?
I
I
can read it for
need a
you.
question.
Oh, you can go ahead. It's in the chat in the
Zoom?
Zoom.
Yeah, I put it in the chat. Yeah, if everybody could give like a 10-second response, that'd be great.
Okay,
All
so
right, I'll just read it. It says, my mother always puts me on hold when it comes to us talking. And when we do, it's always her talking at me and she doesn't expect a response. How do you assert yourself?
I'll go. So I think that that's a common issue for like everybody for the most part. Like when adults or parents say certain things, like they'll just expect you to listen to what they say, and I feel like that's a problem because like that's not effective communication. Like if you're really not like expecting a response, if you just try to lean on them or argue to them or talk at them, like it's supposed to be a talk with. So just know when you listening to it, like even though they might assume it being disrespectful, like try to do different forms of communication. So try to write it down, do a letter something to her, or like just sometimes I feel like you just gotta cut them off. I'm sorry, you just gotta say it because if not, they're gonna just keep talking and talking and talking. So just say something because you know it's an issue, and like other than that, you might implode and then you might start bursting in tears and stuff like that. So just talk. Like just sometimes you might just have to cut your parent off and just talk.
And if that don't work, I feel like you tell them the conversation not getting nowhere and y'all talk about it later. Like let the situation calm down first and then go back and be like, I feel like your response wasn't the response that I was looking for. I wanted to have a conversation with you, not an argument with you. Like let the topic calm down before you go back, because you don't want to keep bickering, because that's not going to do nothing but add on to the other argument. So you just want to let them get what they got to say, and if you don't like it, just leave because you know it's gonna get heated if you go out and then your parents feel like you being disrespectful because you giving them your opinion or you telling them how you feel. So I would say wait, or go if you have a therapist, ask your therapist to do it with you guys, like a little family gathering, like that. And that's how I would tell y'all help. Like my advice to y'all, like get somebody in your family that you feel comfortable talking to help you and your parents sort it out, so they can have your back when y'all do talk.
Mira, you want to give your advice as you kind of do the PowerPoint like super quick in 2 minutes?
Nene, we can't hear you.
For the PowerPoint, can we just skip to the steps, the next steps? And for the question, I would say, me personally, I would just change up my approach. Like, how did I approach the situation? Because sometimes I could be coming off wrong. Sometimes I could be coming off a little rough, and trying to start a real heavy conversation, but not not. I'm trying to rush the conversation, or just change. I would just change my approach. So I would listen to her. Sometimes, you want her to do something, just sit back and listen to what, your parent is saying or whatever. But like Rabbit was saying, I would just, wait and try again later.
All right, now walk us through the next.
Okay, so these next steps. So, okay, you're going through these situations, you know about these situations. The situation just keep happening, you know. So what are the next steps? Number one, you need to check yourself. You need to step outside of your body and examine yourself. And when I say examine yourself, you need to understand every emotion that you're going through and don't ignore everything. The next step, I would pray. After you check yourself, pray, get your relationship with God together, because without him, the process is going to be a little bumpy. Third step, I remove all bad company, because all the bad company, they is no good. Whatever you want everybody around you to have this exact same mindset as you. Um, the fourth step, I would plan. So I would plan my future ahead. Okay, so mom, we going through something. Dad, we're going through something. How can we make our relationship better? Step by step, I would plan out how I would try to make this relationship better. The next step, I would find a support team. So my support team is HeartSmiles and other relationships. Find a support team. Maybe it's a therapist, maybe it's an aunt, a cousin, whoever. But make sure your support team is not bad company. And then and then everything that you just planned out, execute that. You want to make a better relationship with mom, do that. Don't just think. And then the last step, share your story. Be confident. Don't hold your feelings. All them feelings inside of you, one day is just going to boil out, and it might not be a happy scene. So step by step, day by day, just start learning how to express, yourself, your feelings, and share your story.
This is such an important conversation. We need y'all jewels though in like 10 seconds, but this was really good. We definitely want to.
I'll go first. I got mine ready. So I would say share your truth, because it's power in the word that you say and your story, like how Neil was saying in the next step. So share your truth, because you'll be heard eventually.
Mine, I would just say know your worth. Just believe in yourself. Because without you, nothing else. Without you are your biggest fan. So just believe in yourself. Know your worth. Be confident. Pray for better days. It's gonna come. It's gonna come. But everything, don't just be given. You have to work hard for it. But know your worth throughout the whole process.
Giving us a quick jewel rabbit. We can't hear you. You on mute.
Okay,
9
so I
seconds.
can't hear nothing because my computer kept on glitching.
It's all right. Just give us a 5-second jewel because we had time.
Already gave a Drew. You want another one?
Come on, y'all. You know this what we do.
I'm
2
gonna
seconds.
say no matter what, just keep pushing.
There you go. Miss Simone, what you got for us?
Love and respect. You are beautiful, gifted, and intelligent. Don't let any storm make you forget that.
Yes. Thank y'all so much. We definitely doing a part 2. We're going to get some boys up in here too so that they can do the male perspective. But thank y'all so much for this important conversation. All right. I see y'all later.
Thank you, Miss Johnny.
No, thank y'all. Thank y'all. Y'all, this conversation was hard, but it was needed, and I appreciate it. Look, before I officially send y'all on break, just one thing. I saw Jemiah's comment, Jemiah, where you say, I'm sorry, but I don't take disrespect for nobody, even my parents. And then he was like, if they treat me bad, I'm treating them bad. And that's just that. Baby, I feel you. And for everybody else that feel like that, think about how you want to be known in this world. Your character should not be dictated by how other people treat you. If other people are treating you bad, if you want to be known as a disrespectful person, as somebody who disrespects people, then okay, do that all you want. But if that's not how you want to be known as, then you have to respond with how you want to be known as. If you want to be known as a professional, then you treat disrespect with professionalism. If you want to be known as somebody who rises above and steps above BS, then you rise above and step above BS. So don't ever let anybody put you in a position to where as though you representing something that you don't want to represent. But if that's what you want to be, then fine. But if it's not what you want to be, then I will challenge you to do something different. All right, I see y'all right back here at 11 o'clock. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. Man, such an important conversation. Yo, before we get into this guest speaker, yo, is Zena here? Zena, are you on here? Because Zena had a comment. I was trying to go back and read some of the comments and questions, but Zena's comment was, but you can't people can't disrespect you and then expect you to respect them because that's not life. Zena, if you are on here and look, anybody else who has that, I completely understand what you're saying. And that is absolutely valid. But here's the deal. And this is the crazy thing. Zena, I see you, baby. Glad you're here. This is the thing about growth. Growth is going to challenge you to do things that you are not used to, things that feel uncomfortable, and things that go against the grain in terms of what you've been shown or what you've been taught. What we talk about and focus is for people who really want to be at the next level in life. Like you really want to be successful and you want to be surrounded with successful people. Successful people don't have that attitude. And a couple of things I just want you to think about just real quick is number one, if somebody is not worthy of your respect, right? If somebody is treating you in a way that makes you say, I don't want to respect this person, why would you model yourself after that person? Why would you even step down to their level and match their behavior? That's not what successful people do. That's not what mature people do. That's not people who want to be on a higher level. That's just not what we do. And then the second thing is that just because you choose to disengage or not respond does not mean that you are weak. And it does not mean that you tolerate disrespect. It just means that you handle it a little differently. People try to disrespect me all the time. You know what I do? I block and delete. Easy. Does that make me weak? Absolutely. It makes me too concerned about my money and about my contracts and about my growth than for me to address somebody who's not even worth my time. So it really is about just how you look at it. And Zena, I'm sure that this is not an easy thing to understand, especially when you've been doing something different for so long. But I wanna challenge you, Zena. The next time somebody comes to your face with disrespect, just cut it off right at the head. Okay, you know what? No, thank you. In the most polite, professional way, and then walk around. Because some of the tables that you want to be able to sit at, in terms of success, you won't be able to sit at those tables with a certain type of attitude. Like you just won't. And I want you guys to be able to sit at tables and to be able to reach your highest level of success. And with that, it's going to be some sacrifices. And this is like one of those things that you just gotta kind of be comfortable with in terms of your personal growth. All right, so I hope that makes sense, y'all. We definitely are going to have a part 2 on that conversation because it's so important. And we might even break off and do something separate and just talk about, how do you deal in those uncomfortable situations? Like, how do you maintain your professionalism and how do you maintain your character even when people are giving you something different? So let's talk about that, y'all, and get that together. But we got our guests waiting at the door, y'all. This is not a good look. Sorry. Let's get her in here. But thank y'all so much for all of y'all questions and comments. And if y'all knew where I came from with Rabbit, y'all would understand why I was so proud of her. Miss Renee.
Hi, how are you?
What's up? How you doing? Hey, I'm so sorry to have you knocking at the door all that time. We was wrapping up this heated conversation with these heartbeats.
I love it. All right. I'm looking forward to hearing what y'all were talking about.
You know what? Before we even know who you are, I might just get your perspective on it because you are somebody that once they get to know you, they're going to respect you. We were talking about this idea of when somebody is disrespecting you, like how do you respond? And in our culture, sometimes Black culture specifically, the norm is you match disrespect with disrespect. Somebody comes to your face, you get right back in their face. How do you feel about that in terms of people who want to be successful?
So I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to give you what I actually do and who I aspire to be.
Yes. Yo, give it to us. We struggling.
Yeah, no, like honestly, I don't do well with disrespect, like at all. It's just It's just, it's very difficult for me. And I sort of am somebody, I just cut people off. And I'm not mean, I don't cuss people out, but I'm sort of like in my head, okay, I'm actually done with you, and I will never depend on you for anything or give you any favors. Now, on the other hand, when people are supportive of me and nice to me, I'm always somebody who's like, something comes across my desk, invite this other person, tell this other person, do favors for you, but all of that is cut off. But just to be really, really real, I think honestly for me, that comes from a place of trauma and of like difficult things that happened in my childhood. It's really hard for me to move past things, and I just need to stop it. Like, I burn bridges, and when somebody hurts me, like, I just can't turn back, and that has not served me well. So I aspire to be somebody who is just like, that's how you treated me. Today is a new day. Just because, like, in my heart, I want to be that person, but also in the world of work, it doesn't serve you well to cut people off like that. They don't like it. You miss out on opportunities. People get afraid of you. People think I'm so mean, and I probably can be. But yeah, so I'm working on myself in that respect.
Yeah, I love it. You kind of like me. I done had so many mental funerals. It's ridiculous.
That's a great term, mental funerals, but it's not healthy. And I really do realize, like, oh, wow, this is coming from a place of how I was treated as a younger person, and I need to do better.
Miss Renee, I love it. Thank you so much for your realness. You over there glowing. Look like you drinking water and minding your business.
I think I have some kind of like filter, so my skin looks a lot better than it does in the.
Ain't no filter. That's your skin, baby. You looking good over there.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. So look, my heartbeat's probably like, Harpo, who this woman? So
y'all.
I know, but we got a whole bunch of new heartbeats, summer heartbeats. I don't know if you got the live stream up right now, but we got almost about 120 of them right now. So, and they don't know who the great Miss Renee is. So can you give us like an introduction? And they like for you to spill all your little tea, whatever you got, just about who you are. And then, we'll just kind of walk through, because I think they'll be really interested in what you do in terms of your profession.
Okay, sure. Well, hello, everyone. Happy pandemic. I'm Renee Johnson. I am 45 years old. I live in the city of Baltimore, and I think so you're all from Baltimore, but you might know Goucher College, which is in Towson. That was actually in the city of Baltimore until about 1937. And my apartment is actually an old dorm for what used to be Goucher College. So this neighborhood is called Old Goucher. It's about 10 blocks north of the train station. I am a professor at Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. And let's see, I am originally from Philadelphia. Actually, I live about 4 miles outside of Philadelphia. I have been just learning a little bit of family history this summer. And one thing that I learned was that my great-grandfather moved to the neighborhood where my family still lives after World War I. And he was actually in a Black regiment of people who fought in World War I. I just found that interesting. Anyway, so I'm from the suburbs of Philadelphia, and I went to Spelman College as for college in Atlanta, Georgia. And my whole life, I've just been up and down the East Coast. So I don't know anything about California, nothing about the Midwest, but I went from Philly to Georgia, and then I got a PhD and a master's degree in public health from North Carolina. And University of North Carolina. And if you like basketball, they're a really great basketball team, go Heels. And after finishing my doctoral degree at UNC, I went to Boston and did a fellowship where I did 2 years of research at Harvard School of Public Health. And then I stayed there for a couple more years doing research. And then I got a job at Boston University. And then I ended up coming here to Johns Hopkins in 2013. My job interview was actually the day of the Sandy Hook shooting. And it was just surreal to like go that whole day without looking at my phone, talking to people, interviewing, putting on my best face. And then I got home and turned on the news, and, you know, I just saw this horrific killing of six-year-olds. So what else about me? So I study violence, injury, and substance use, and I've always studied adolescents and emerging adults. And how, I mean, it's interesting. My father is an engineer. He was one of the first Black engineers at Philadelphia Electric Company. And he's very, very smart. He's like nerdy, and he was like a nerd before nerds like existed as a concept, but he was a Black nerd, and he actually grew up in the city of Philadelphia. So when he was going to school, he told his guidance counselor, who was white, that he wanted to be a doctor. And the guidance counselor said, "You're probably not smart enough to be a doctor." And my father is just so nerdy that he was just like, okay, well, I guess I'll be an engineer, which is harder than being a doctor. But so he went to college at Penn State and got a job at Philadelphia Electric Company. Why did I start saying this? There was a reason. I can't remember. Anyway, because of college. So being an engineer, he sort of didn't understand how you could go to college and be an English major or a social science major or something like that. So I wanted to major in sociology. I love social science. I like thinking about how societies evolve. And my father was like, "That's not school, that's not science. You need to get like a real major. Like, what's your job going to be?" And so I found public health. And my public health story is really interesting. You all know Hopkins public health, but if you go down south, there's this whole other very rich history of Black public health. So a man named William Jenkins was my first teacher in public health. And public health is a profession. Sociology is an area of study. We can talk about the distinctions, but to make it easy, like law is a profession, that's a job, and political science is a study, an area of study. Biology is an area of study. Medicine is a profession. So anyway, so when some people are like, you need a job, like you can think law, medicine, public health. So anyway, like this was me wanting to study social science and think about social problems. And I said, okay, Dad, well, I've got it. I'm going to be in public health. And Bill Jenkins is just one of my real heroes. I had a lot of great teachers in life, and he is one of them. He passed a couple of years ago. And he is, one reason he's famous is that he blew the whistle on the Tuskegee syphilis study. So he was like the first, if not one of the first, if not the first of like 2 or 3 statisticians at the National Center for Health Statistics and Centers for Disease Control. And one of his first jobs, actually, do people know what the Tuskegee syphilis study is? Should I like explain this?
Yeah, I guess. I'm like, what? Huh?
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, this is crazy and awful, and it's a piece of history that you all should know. So like after this is over, I'll send you the obituary for Bill Jenkins so you know who he is, and just so you know about the Tuskegee syphilis study. But back in the day, there wasn't actually a cure for syphilis, and it was a terrible disease. So, you got it from sex with someone, and the late stages, it was pretty awful. People died from it. But at some point they had a cure, I think maybe in the 40s or something. And there was no reason to not treat people, but they had this cohort, this group of Black men, and the purpose of this study was to see what happened when syphilis was untreated. So like a core principle of medicine and public health is don't hurt people. And so if there is a treatment for something and you're not giving it to something, to a group of people, that goes against every single principle that medicine and public health has. Like that's just not what we're supposed to be doing. But they had this cure, they had this study of Black men, and they did not give them the cure, but instead decided to continue studying them to see what would happen and how bad could it get if it wasn't treated. So this is called the Tuskegee syphilis study. These men went through terrible, terrible treatments and suffered when they didn't have to. This was going on until the early 70s. So Bill Jenkins, my first teacher of public health, gets his new job. He's one of very few, if not the only Black man at CDC. And he was like, wait, why are we doing this study? This is unethical. This is not consistent with our principles as public health people. And along with a more senior white scientist at CDC, they wrote a letter to a newspaper, and then it got published, and then it just became this big issue. CDC stopped doing it. Bill Jenkins then managed so those men who were in the Tuskegee syphilis study got benefits from CDC for the rest of their lives, which doesn't come close to making up for what was done to them. Bill Jenkins managed their benefits for the rest of their lives. But he was a great scientist and a great person, and he never wore a suit. And his idea of not wanting to wear a suit was like, I don't want to be them. I want to remain who I am. He was Gullah. I don't know if you know what Gullah is, but in South Carolina was the center of the slave trade. And lots of Africans and West Indians were brought there to be sold into the slave trade. And there's an island that, like in 1830, when the slave trade became illegal, a lot of people went to this island, and they actually never became enslaved because they were in this brief moment when the slave trade was illegal. So you'll see them. You should all go to Charleston. There's a lot of Gullah people there. But anyway, he was someone who really knew who he was. And he said to us, like, you are the first generation of people. You don't actually have to be Black. You don't have to have any commitment. Like him, when he was growing up, he had to, there was no choice. People, it was just a different world. But he was like, you, Renee, your generation, you can go to work and not do anything for Black people. You don't have to study anything Black. You can just ignore it altogether. And I just always hold those lessons in my heart as I go about my job. So Bill went to UNC. So when I was graduating from college, I was like, I'm going to go to UNC. That's where he went. And my first job in public health was actually looking at the death certificates of children who had been murdered. And the purpose of this was to identify like what went wrong in our social system that young kids, 0 to 3, were killed. And it was fascinating, and that really opened my eyes up to just the problem of child maltreatment in this country. And what was the most common circumstance was mothers' boyfriends assaulting babies. And one way that they assaulted them would be shaking a baby. So if you look at a baby, they've got a big head, and their neck can't really support the head muscles. So it actually doesn't take a lot. So this is why you should never, never, never shake a baby. But the research that I helped them with when I was at UNC led to all kinds of public health campaigns. Like before you leave a hospital, they tell you about the dangers of shaking a baby. Social workers will work with women who are single, or I guess men who are single, to think about being responsible, about introducing other men to your children. Now each state in the US has what's called a child death review team. So if any child dies, they look at everything that happened in that child's life, what went wrong, what gaps do they need to fill. So I was really sold on public health as a job that enables me to like look at problems and put together solutions to those problems. It's not that easy, obviously, but that was interesting. So that was one of my first jobs in public health, and I did it over a summer with a wonderful woman, Carol Runyon, who became my advisor, and just sort of stayed in it. And I've studied lots of things. After child maltreatment, that was a lot, and so then I was like doing softball injuries and cheerleading injuries because I just needed something that wasn't so heart-wrenching. I studied youth violence, substance use, marijuana use, opioid use, injection drug use, car crashes, you name it. So lots of different topics. So yeah, was in North Carolina for about 8 years. Then I went to Boston. It was very, the culture going from north to south and then to New England was very, very different. Harvard was in a lot of ways a really difficult place to be. Like North Carolina was still, even white people in North Carolina are just not as, I don't want to say egotistical, but there's just a difference between the South and the North. And at Harvard, I just feel like, oh, I've got to like toot my own horn more. I've got to, figure out how to deal with people. Like people just take themselves really, really seriously. So, important lessons. And then I came here. So I can fill in more holes there, but.
Wow. Miss Renee, like I knew you was amazing, but wow. Like, oh my gosh. Kamaya wants to know what's your take on substance abuse, marijuana, opioids, narcotics, etc. What's your take on all of that?
So here's my take on it. I have lots of deep thoughts. A lot of people are like, should we legalize marijuana or should we not legalize marijuana? And I always say that's really not the point. One of the main problems with substance use is that people, when they use substance use in a moment where they're suffering in their life, substances feel better. So if you are unhappy, if you are depressed, everyone does this. Like you try to feel better however you can. That's a really dangerous way to use substances, because if this is like your baseline and you want to get happy, and so this is your happiness, but you're feeling like this because life is just so terrible. If you need a substance to get you up to here, A, that's artificial, but B, then you're never actually figuring out how to get to there. So what substances just feel better when you're suffering. And I think that my take on it is we should focus on ending people's suffering rather than the thing that they're doing to alleviate the suffering. That's one thing, but I think also we need to be real careful about policy and substance use and how we say like this should be illegal, because anytime something's illegal, it comes with criminal sanctions, and those criminal sanctions are often just punishing people who have already been punished in life, people who are kind of trapped in a cycle of needing substances to get through the day, probably have most, like the data says that they've already suffered, and that's why they're in this position. And then so you make it illegal so that they then suffer more. So I want to be clear, like I think it's important to live a healthy life. And I think part of a healthy life is being really responsible about the decisions you make about what substances you use. But I think to focus on substances as if that's the thing, and that's the thing we need to stop, rather than the suffering in and of itself, I think that's a problem that we do in this country, is we demonize substances and people who use substances and people who have substance use disorders, rather than thinking a little broader than that.
Wow, thank you so much for that. So, so you said that you study violence. What does that mean for a city like Baltimore, who has over like 300 and some murders a year?
What does it mean to study violence?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it could mean a lot of things. There's so many different ways to think about violence. Like, okay, just random things are coming to my head because there's so many different ways to think about violence. But like, one, some people study partner violence. So when adults have usually a man hitting a woman, but depending on the population, often women hit men, and that's actually quite damaging. But like, I have a colleague who I could introduce you all to, Kamala. She's at the nursing school, but she just looks at this idea of how all of these murders and how community violence impacts partner relationships, and looks at things like, maybe you need to call the police so that your husband or boyfriend doesn't murder you, but if you know the police are going to then kill him or put him away, and that's going to hurt your kids, like, maybe you wouldn't do that. So how do we think about community solutions to partner violence that don't involve the police? I think there are lots of factors to think about when you think about community violence in Baltimore, like, how are people getting killed? Often it's guns. Where did the guns come from? That's a question. Anytime you hear about a gun incident, like, where did that gun come from? Who's making money off it? Every gun in this country starts out as a legal gun. Somebody made money off of it. So, whether they're being made in Virginia and then some rich person in Rhode Island, is a millionaire because they sell guns, and then somebody buys a bunch of guns in Virginia, brings them up to Baltimore, sells them in a gun show, and then they're used to protect turf in terms of drug selling. So all of those dynamics are very complex. I think of things like the amount of drugs that are sold in the city of Baltimore are not for people in the city of Baltimore. Like, there's no way that just this city could support that much drug use. People are coming from lots of different places and participating in the drug market in Baltimore. So I think, like, sometimes Maryland will just be like, oh, Baltimore, it's a shithole. And I mean, and they just conveniently don't recognize that it's a shithole, but somebody's doing the shitting. And it's other counties and other people who are coming here and doing that. So, I mean, ask me another question. There's so many, like, things to think about in terms of.
I love it. I love it. And I'm about to get you fired up real quick because I think it's an important conversation. So you work for Hopkins, right? You're a professor at Hopkins, but very much against the police force.
Yeah, I've worked against the police force. So I've worked with a group of faculty, not just me, who have been active in saying that we don't think this is an appropriate way to solve our problems.
Why? Can you tell us why? Because I think that's important for our heartbeats to kind of understand.
Well, I think there is a lot of reasons why. One reason why is because what really motivated me to get active with this group was I have Black students who said that they did not want this. Like, and I have a lot of other things to do, but I was like, I am not going to let these students down. And again, this is Bill Jenkins. I did not have to be that professor. I'm Black, but I could have chosen to not worry about these Black students and not take care of them. But I was just like, I'm just not going to be here and not do this. It's a complex issue. And one reason I opposed the police force was because I just think about all of the young people in Baltimore, and people go through things in your life. You might get arrested when you're 14 and go to Harvard. I just want Hopkins, and Hopkins has a complicated history and we got a lot of work to do. That said, I don't want this university that I work at, that I hope to be a better partner with the city of Baltimore. I don't want that place to also be a place that arrests young people. So I just want this to be a safe place, this to be a place where people want to come for education, this to be a place that's a partner with the city of Baltimore. I thought those two were incompatible. I think that it's important to keep people safe. And there are things we need to figure out. We need to be creative about that. It's hard to figure out how to say this, but a lot of the incidents that disturb people and that are terrible, that sort of led to some people really supporting this police force are this not very severe violence, like getting pat on the butt, getting your cell phone snatch and grab type crimes. And those things are terrible. Like if somebody stole my phone, I'd be mad, I'd be scared, etc. But it also just seemed to me like, well, we could look at the time of day that's happening. We could figure out who did this snatch and grab, what's happening in their life. Could we just get back to the root of the problem and fix that rather than criminalizing behaviors like this? And I do feel that there's a better way, and I hope that we're given an opportunity to think creatively about what those ways are.
Man, I love it. Thank you so much. Is there an easy way for young people to kind of get involved in this if somebody wanted to, especially because we have a lot of young folks who are 18 and over, and this will impact them, especially since Hopkins is one of our partners, and we routinely have a lot of young people there in and about those buildings.
Yeah, so we have lots of organizations that have signed on, and I'm happy to connect folks with those. The college students who have been amazing. I don't know if you all know, last year they did a 30-day sit-in, almost got suspended from school. Some of them were threatened with not being able to graduate, but professors advocated, so they did get their degrees. So there are students we can put you in touch with. There's a Black Graduate Student Association I can put you in touch with. You can sign our petition, which I'm happy to give you that information. There's a lot of white groups, a lot of Jewish groups, Jews United for Justice, a group called Showing Up for Racial Justice. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund even gave us some advice. So you all can participate independently or participate through those groups. You can write a letter to the president of Hopkins, and I'm happy to help you out with that. And at a minimum, you can just sign our petition, which is ongoing.
You are amazing. You are amazing. Thank you so much for that. As somebody who studies violence and who has a lot of knowledge around this, what's your relationship with the police? So Baltimore City Police Department specifically, and is there any work that you're doing with them to help fix this relationship, this broken relationship that they have with youth in Baltimore?
I'm not working with Baltimore police. In previous positions, I have worked with police. So I've worked with police in Durham, North Carolina, and I worked with police in Boston. And I've worked on police data, and I'm still working on a project in Boston where we're looking at arrest data. But I'm not as on the ground. The work I'm doing right now is really in a computer. But I think so many folks at Hopkins are engaged in work with the police. I am really persuaded by the research on defunding the police. I think there's a lot to be said for spending less money on police and more money on social services. I think when you have a city that is so poor and it's hot and people are hungry and people don't have anything to do, And some people, their parents just aren't able or willing to do the job of parenting. Like, problems are going to happen. And I think I support putting money into addressing those problems more than dealing with the problems that happen as a result of those problems.
No, you getting a lot of love on this one. So so what do you think like that would looks like? Because I think a lot of people are on the fence with that as well in terms of you know, like defunding the police or reducing their budget. From your perspective, if we did it right, as a city that has a lot of crime, high violence, particularly with the murders and stuff, like what do you think that would look like if we were to do it right?
Okay, so here's a perfect opportunity for me to say this is why science matters. Now, if people say like I have, you know, a runny nose or my eyes are red or something, like people would look at that and they'd be like, oh, let's take your blood, let's do your blood pressure, let's look at your weight, let's look at were you exposed to this or whatever, and do this whole analysis. I think with social problems like the police, everybody's quick to be like, what should we do? And I could just be like, we should do this. And some people might agree or disagree. But this is a time where science, like people are studying this. People have studied policing in the 1800s, in the 1900s, in the 2010s. There's a leading researcher at Johns Hopkins, not the School of Public Health, but in sociology, who studied policing. So first and foremost, I want to say like people who have studied this and who have been thinking about it deeply need to be the people who we go to, not the people who read one magazine article and now want to tell you like what we should all do. That said, this is just a principle, not a specific. I remember like walking from one building to another at Hopkins, and there's this WIC office, and there was a sign and it said, sorry, we are out of formula. And that sign to me, I just was like, this should just never happen. It should never happen. We can't have, you know, more billionaires than we've ever had, and literally a place where you can't get food. So if you can't breastfeed for some reason and you depend on the city to get food, like what do? You just go up to this place, there's no formula, like your baby just starves. And like in that moment, I was like, well, geez, I can see like somebody just being like, fuck it, I'm just gonna smoke weed and this baby's gonna cry because they have no food and I'm a terrible mother and I can't deal with how terrible a mother I am. So I'm gonna, you know, like it just cycles and cycles and cycles. So I just think we need to get back to fundamental causes, not deal with the effects, but like people need to eat, people need love. People need to be supported in their education. And we can't just deny people all of those things and then pretend to be surprised that somebody's snatching somebody else's iPhone. There's no formula. Somebody's probably going to steal your $600 phone. Don't walk around with it. That's how I feel.
You the realest of the real. You know that. Wow. Yo, I love it. I love it. What do you say? What do you say to young people who don't see education as their way out, particularly as somebody who clearly values education?
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I just, like, my father was smart and I'm really smart, and school has just always been my way out. That's just how it was. My sisters were very different. Like, they just, they were really focused on sports and had kids earlier. Yeah, I don't know. School was just my thing. I think like if school is not your thing, you just have to figure it out, because it is really, really easy to be poor and you just need a good job. And there are so few ways to get a good job without school. So like pick an easy major, I guess, but you know, do a good job at networking. But I really do, I think like, you know, school is really, really important. But I get it. Not everybody loves school. It's all right. I mean, it's not But I mean, I will say, think about whether, if you don't love school, why don't you love school? Like, is it because a teacher told you you weren't that smart? Is it because they're putting terrible stuff in the curriculum? Is there some way to like spark a little bit of a love for reading or education? Like what, maybe drives you? So I think it's really important, especially for Black kids and Latino kids, not to like let the system tell you what education is and what school is and what scholarship is. I think like one thing we have to do is like our own sort of education. I'm on Twitter a lot, and one thing I wrote on Twitter, everybody is like, oh, I didn't know that Tulsa happened. I didn't know that Black people were bombed in the 1920s. I didn't know that lynching happened. And sort of now it's coming together, like with the 1619 Project and other things, John Lewis dying. And on Twitter, I was like, if you don't know that lynchings happened, if you don't know that about Jim Crow beyond water fountains that were Black or white, it's probably because it was not in a textbook. Literally, the state of Mississippi would not mention that lynching happened in a textbook. And white people, not even secretly, explicitly, were very invested in not looking like evil people throughout history. So instead of dealing with their own complicated history of white supremacy, they whitewash things. And it's a very natural response as a Black student to be like, I see the world as it is, and you're trying to teach me all this, something is missing, and then check out. So I think you really need to check in with yourself if that's the root of you getting checked out.
Wow. And Ms. Renee, you had shared a resource with us a few months ago, and you were saying that kids who live in Baltimore City could potentially go to Hopkins for free.
Yes.
Can you please talk to us about that real quick? I know we only have like a few minutes, but we have a lot of folks who are deciding on whether or not they want to stay in state or go out of state. Like that's a real conversation amongst our college bound kids.
All right. Well, so first, please just email me because it's a scholarship program. I don't know, it might be called the Baltimore Scholars or the Community Scholars, but I promise you I will get the full information and give it to you. But yeah, if you go to a Baltimore City public high school, have, I think like a C or higher average, and get into Hopkins. And if you're applying to Hopkins, I would be happy to help you craft that application. Then Hopkins, then you're eligible for a scholarship. And that's the undergrad level. So that's like freshman year of college, sophomore year of college, senior, junior year of college. But there is also a program for MPH degrees, so that's a master's in public health. So you could potentially like go to school free for your undergrad and master's degree.
Wow. Now we do have some kids who go to county high schools too. Would they be excluded, or is there a way for them to still potentially get scholarships?
I mean, I'm sure there's a way for them to potentially get scholarships, but I don't know what they are, so I can look into that.
That's amazing. And we can connect any kid that want to go to Hopkins, we can connect them to you.
Yes. And I mean, I might like ask another professor. I mean, if I get 30 emails, then I might say, oh, talk to my friend Terry, or, I have a group of other Black faculty. We meet every once in a while, but I'll make sure it's not dropped. And if it is dropped, email me again, but I might like enlist somebody to help you.
Yeah, I love it. Absolutely. And Alma, I see your comment about HBCUs. Yes, we love HBCUs too. We just trying to get the Hopkins money if we can though too.
Yeah. I mean, It's something to think about. I think predominantly white institutions have a lot of work to do in making sure Black kids feel included. And it was really important to me to go to an HBCU. But I didn't grow up in Baltimore. I grew up in a white suburb, and like I just needed people who looked like me, and I was really fed at an HBCU. So it might be you all will have to make those decisions on your own. But you'll always have Joni, you'll always have each other. I was the only Black person from like kindergarten through like senior year of high school. I mean, there were one or two others, but like I was so tired of that, I just could not deal with it anymore.
Wow. Dante said is Hopkins an Ivy League school?
Hopkins is not an Ivy League school. So the Ivy Leagues are all in the Northeast. There's like 10 of them, and that's like Harvard, Yale, Dartmouth, Cornell, Princeton, Columbia, Penn. And they are, first of all, it means nothing. They're only Ivy League because they like were founded in the 1600s or something. So schools like Hopkins, Stanford, I want to say maybe Northwestern in Chicago, sometimes people call them little Ivies because they're like as prestigious as Ivies, but not Ivies. So, it's not an Ivy League school.
Oh, wow. That's surprising.
That it's not an Ivy League school?
Yeah, like I didn't know
become
that.
an Ivy League. Ivy League means it's in one of the colonies, one of the 13 colonies, started in the 1600s or something.
Wow, see, I never knew that.
Yeah, fun fact, Brown University in Rhode Island is an Ivy League, and Brown made his money in the slave trade. A lot of people think it was just Southerners. A lot of Northerners made a lot of money, had like giant plantations in the South. Hundreds and hundreds of people were enslaved and, pretended to be these nice little New England abolitionists or something. So.
Wow. Can you take maybe 30 seconds and just address trade schools? Because I see Naeem keep talking about trade schools. He said he definitely wants to go to a trade school. Yeah, what's your thoughts?
Yeah. So my boyfriend actually went to a trade school. He's an HVAC installation, and I'm happy to have him talk about it. And we were actually looking at Baltimore Community College. They've got a construction certificate. Everybody's like, there's all this unemployment and stuff right now with the pandemic. I have to tell you, people need their air conditioners done. So I think trade school is a really good idea, especially if you're good with your hands. My boyfriend Pablo is good with his hands, and he was just like, I don't know how you do it. I can't look at a computer all day. He likes figuring out things. So you can get a really good job, and it does not take nearly as long as going to college and then medical school or graduate school. Or whatever. I would look at Baltimore Community College and like look at the programs. I mean, my recommendation would be to think, get your certifications, but maybe take some business school courses, because you definitely want to at some point be able to work for yourself. And it'll be helpful. Like they have to do things like estimate how long a job will take, how many supplies they'll buy. So if I say, Joni, you're gonna fix my house, right? It'll be $3,000. And I estimated that wrong and needed more wood or a new machine. I can't come back and say, oh, my estimate changed, now it's $4,000. I'm just out that money. So like you have to be able to figure out how long things are gonna take, and that they're like apps and you can do it, but it's worth getting some business courses, some accounting courses, as well as the certifications in plumbing, electrical, construction management.
That is awesome. And I'm going to have to hit you up. I might need Pablo. I got a line that needs to be fixed on my HVAC. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd love to do it.
Oh my gosh. Miss Renee, are you on Instagram?
I'm on Instagram. I don't do it a lot. Twitter is my main social media. I'm always on Twitter, but I can commit to going on Instagram more.
Okay, send me your IG because that's what I'm gonna share with the young people for them to be able to get in touch with you. Because a lot of people were saying, "Oh my God, I need to be connected to her. I need
Okay.
to talk to her."
It's Renee__M__Johnson, but I will send it to you.
Okay, perfect. In 5 seconds, can you leave us with one jewel? 5 seconds.
Um, I mean, I feel like this is corny, but it's really important to love yourself and put on your own air mask first. Like when you go to a plane and they say if it's going to crash, put on your air mask. And the reason is like if you're not breathing, you just can't help anybody else. And I just think it just takes adults so long to get to a place where it's like none of you people matter, like I matter. And I think like when you're not loving yourself and fierce about that, you can get into relationships with people who don't treat you well. So even if your parents didn't treat you right, even if your last relationship didn't treat you right, you have to dig deep and find a way to remind yourself that you're worth it.
Thank you so much. This was amazing. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for being a blessing to us today.
You're welcome. I didn't see any of the Facebook stuff, so I'll go to Facebook now and look at it.
No, you gotta go to YouTube. We back home.
All right, I'll look at YouTube. All right, bye everybody.
Go to YouTube. See you. Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Y'all, what a great conversation. Man, I love Miss Renee. Go ahead, take y'all break. I'll see y'all back here at 12 with Miss Money Mo. Hey, y'all. We are back. We are back. Wasn't Miss Renee great, y'all? Wasn't she amazing? Hey, shout out to Daisha Hunter. If you on here, thank you so much for that beautiful message that you sent me on Facebook. Y'all, she posted on my Facebook page. She said, Miss Joni, you are very smart, y'all. I love you and I don't even know you, but I love you because you are real and you are wise. And I notice that you don't respond to me, but I'm a peer mentor and you have helped me and y'all have taught me things and my heart smiles. Hopefully one day I can introduce myself when I have full courage. Listen, baby, you already got the courage. I'm telling you, hey, I'm telling you, thank you so much for this beautiful message. And I hope that you here. What's up? What's up? Let's get our favorite on here, y'all. Y'all already know what time it is. Y'all already know. Here she go. No, Tony, we ain't cutting into Miss Mo's time today. That's only a 2 times a week thing. We good today, Tony. Tumbleweeds all day. What's up, Miss Mo?
Hey y'all. How you
How
doing?
you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. We blessed, yo. Yo, Tony was like, "Are we cutting into Miss Mo's time today?" Hey, yo, people gotta make sure. I don't even blame them, yo. What's up?
We
Hey,
here, y'all.
Splash.
We here until 12:50. Okay.
Yo, people had to know, yo. They wasn't feeling it yesterday.
I'm sorry. Well, y'all wasn't feeling time with y'all mentors. That was the point.
I mean, I'm sure they was, but you know, they need their money more time.
Okay, listen, we here the whole time today.
They need
Okay.
their money more time. But we gonna figure it out because I believe we got our weekly check-in with
Yeah.
the adult mentors today. So we'll be talking to the adult mentors at like 3:15, something like that. And they gonna let us know if we gotta do our Thursday one where we cut into Miss Motown.
Yes, ma'am. You really figured this YouTube stuff out because it even looks different when we like log in.
It did? Hey
It just
yo, listen.
it just says like instead of saying live on I don't even want to say it because I don't want them to shut us down. But it says something different. It doesn't say live on YouTube. It says something
That's
different.
fine. Listen, whatever. As long as they can hear us, see us, and we here, we home. That's all I care about.
Yes, I love it. We love to
I'm
see.
good. I'm good. We got people knocking at the door. Let them in.
Of course.
All right, let's see. Let, let's see what this about.
Uh-oh. Let's see.
Hey, Naeem.
Not.
What's up? Hey, Charlie. Am I saying it right? Is it Charlie?
It's Charlotte.
Charlie. Okay, I should have known it was fancy. You on me, baby. We can't hear you.
Take yourself off mute, sweetie.
Oh, I was on mute.
There you go. Now we get. What's up? How you doing?
Good.
Yeah. What
Make
team
sure-
you represent?
What you say?
What team you represent? Who team you on?
Coach Johnson, of course.
Oh, Coach Johnson, of course. Coach Johnson not even here today. Well, okay. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being on today.
Yes, ma'am. Charlotte, go ahead and introduce yourself, okay? Because this is your first session, so go ahead and introduce yourself, and then we'll go into our question, okay?
Okay. My name is Charlotte. I'm 16. I own an online boutique called Slay by Lay. I'm a new heartbeat. That's it.
Thank you. And then we know Naeem. Naeem being quiet today. You all right?
I'm fine.
Okay, good. You ain't even give us a hi. You just gave us one of these.
No, I'm just excited because she's here. She's gonna be impressed. I guarantee you.
Okay, awesome. So thank you to Naeem actually, because Naeem said, "Hey, Miss Mo, can we get on a session?" I'm like, "Who is we?" And then he said, Lay. So Naeem got Lay to be on a session with him. So yes. All right, y'all. So our question: if you could be on a reality show like that has aired or is currently airing right now, which reality show would you pick?
I pick Bad Girls Club.
Not Bad Girls. I was hoping it wasn't something ratchet. Lord, not Bad Girls Club. Why Bad Girls Club?
Bad Girls Club is so interesting. Like they be throwing each other's clothes in the pool and everything. That show was interesting.
It's interesting. Would you be participating or you just want to watch it?
I probably watch because I'm nice.
Okay. If you had to pick one that you like would be a participant on.
I love it.
Club. Huh?
Love and hip hop.
Love and hip hop? Okay. Are you into like music?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Naeem?
Not of them really.
None of them?
Nah,
Why?
cause I mean, if I was a reality show, instead of me like being an actor, reading the script, or just like doing based off real life events, why I can't just be the person that's behind the show since I'm a technician? Why I can't not only be the camera back, but maybe the person that could set up the the transition when be commercials coming on and stuff. Why I can't be the person that's behind that instead of me participating in short real life events?
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Miss Joni?
Yo, I don't even know any reality TV shows, so y'all lost me on this whole question.
I don't know no reality shows.
I don't like first I don't watch TV. Like that's just one. And then just two, if I am gonna watch TV, if it's entertainment, it's gonna be something like Marvel or action or something like that.
Same,
And
same
and if
thing.
not, then it's gonna be something educational. Like I can't watch jump. I just can't. It's not entertainment.
I'm gonna be good.
It's Johnny.
No, it's not.
I got a
That's
question. What specific Marvel show you watch? Cause I watch all of them. So
Oh, Agents of Shield is probably one of my favorites.
Agents of Shield is alright, but the
Don't
Netflix.
get us started. We will take this whole Money Mo hour and just be. We gotta talk about that offline.
Oh my god.
That is fair. Okay. I'm gonna say mine real quick. Mine is America. What is I don't even know the name. Lord,
Okay.
it's the Ninja Warrior. Because I just call it Ninja Warrior. I would pick that one. Cause I don't know. I don't even know if that's still airing. But
They
they
had
do.
one in the harbor.
Huh?
They had one in the harbor. I got the video.
You got the video. You was there?
Yeah. You want me to send it to you or you show it now?
No. Send it to me. Send it to me. Don't show it now. Send it to me. But okay. But no, I didn't. Maybe I did know that, but yeah, no, I would want to be on that, even though I'm not really that strong. But in my head, it just looks fun. The obstacle courses look fun. Let me see what's in here. I'm seeing. Wow, I thought y'all would pick better shows than this. Okay, Black Ink Crew. Simone said that. Let's see. Oh, y'all love Black Ink Crew. Mackenzie said Love and Hip Hop ATL. Sean Brooks said Wow Now All. We'll see if that's still a thing. Let me see. Paige said Big Brother. Okay, Big Brother. I would not last on Big Brother. You gotta stay in the people. That's the show you gotta stay in the house with the people. You can't leave. You don't have
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
I think that's the one. Oh, Mr. Brandon, thank you, Mr. Brandon. Said something not on VH1 and not on MTV. He said Finding Your Roots on PBS. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Uh-oh. Zion said My 600-Pound Life.
Oh.
I was trying not to bust. I was trying to bust out on her. I don't know why she picked that one. Okay. And then Daisha said Real Housewives of Atlanta. Okay. What you say, Lay?
The drama be good. I'm trying to tell y'all.
Yo, but y'all want to be in it? Y'all want to be in the drama? We about to turn this whole session around and talk about how we don't want to be in the drama. We about to flip the whole topic. Y'all want to be part of it? That's a mess. Okay. All right. I'm stressed. Lay, please go into what we're going to be talking about today because I am stressed.
Okay. On a serious note, today we're going to be talking about the over-sexualization of Black and brown girls. But for live stream purposes, I'm going to say adultification instead of sexualization.
Yeah, just in case community guidelines are not our friend today, we just
shut us down.
A lot. Okay. All right. So give us a little bit of background, like, so why is this important to you? What do you already know about it? Speak on those articles that you were reading, because she was reading articles for today.
Okay, so today not today, last night, I was reading a lot of articles about the topic just to get a better understanding. And the significance of this topic is because whether you know this or not, as a Black African American girl, you have experienced over adultification and certification. And a small example would be this happened in the past, but something small that you may think is not that important. There was this one time I was in school just talking about my hair, and I said my edges are laid. And this boy gonna say some how your edges getting laid, but you not. So it's small stuff like that that we brush past that we don't realize can be significant. So I think we should bring that to light so we can educate other people on what they're doing, because they may not even notice because it's so normal nowadays.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Thank you for having the courage to share that particular moment, because people do brush it off. People think it's a joke. They'd be like, oh, I'm just playing with you. I'm just messing with you. Be quick to call people aggressive and rude. But really, I mean, I'm justified in responding in an aggressive way. I'm justified in responding in a rude way because you were rude to me. I mean, I know there's times we're not supposed to, respond in a rude way to when people are being rude to you, but it felt disrespected. I get it. Thank you for sharing that. Naeem, why did you choose to be a part of this conversation today? Why is this important to you?
The reason why it's important to me because not only I seen people done it a whole bunch of times, whether in schools, outside school, but I believe people need to hear from a male's perspective, especially when our young men does not understand as well. So this is very important to me. So I just wanted to give my input and thoughts and suggestions why you shouldn't do this and you should not do that at all times.
All right. So, um, for everybody, of course, as always, the questions are for everybody. We're just going to go through some of the questions and give examples and kind of your own experiences as well. So, when is a time where you notice yourself experiencing being adultified? I don't know if that's the correct term to use, but yeah, when is the time where you notice yourself being over sexualized? I'm gonna say it just that one time. You can go ahead first, Lay, if you're ready.
Well, I shared mine already. Another way, I'm not only going to say sexualized all my time, but another time I realized that being happening is when, because I'm not going to say, extra curvy, but compared to other family members, I did have more of a figure. And it's not just men that will point out features, it's women too, because to this day I still have aunts that'll say, oh, look at her thighs, she's getting big, y'all better watch her. or tell my father like you better watch out for the boys, etc., etc., etc. So it's like it's there, but it's not features that should be brought up automatically or like overanalyzed because even when she do point out point out features, there's other adults that will egg her on like, yeah, oh, they need to watch her. She this, she that, only because my body is different from those around me. Now, had I been around somebody who was more curvier than me, it would have been they would have been the main focus.
All right. Naeem, do you have anything that you would like to say about what you've experienced or seen?
All right, so I remember like when I be around associates, like I like the associates I was with, they young men, like I ain't gonna point names out. Like they be like, hey yo, look over, look. They be like, they be tapping me with my arm, right? And they be like, look at her over there. She look like this and that. To me, I don't. For me, I'm not the person that likes to describe because that's not me. That's not who I am, and that's not who I created. So, like, I seen people done it, especially when it's not just the girl. It be the men too, like Lay said, cause I seen the boys used to compliment each other in the I don't in a seducing way. Let's say that. Let's say that in a seducing way. I seen that a whole bunch of times, and I never went through it, but I seen that a whole bunch of times. What like it just happened right there, and it's sad because um I get it. People don't understand, but at the end of the day, I mean it ain't cool to do with others because like to me like that's not cool because you're insulting someone, especially you just trying to put someone on the spot. You just leaving someone on the spot. So it don't just happen to girls. It happen boys to boys and girls to girls. Like they said, it never happened to me. It never happened to me before. But all that happened, all things just that happened to me, it was just me being judged of what I look like, not what I have and stuff. Cause I wasn't that interested in the people. So I was always to myself.
Right. Thank you both for sharing, and thank you for just being honest about your particular experiences. Um, Miss Joni, any thoughts or anything that you want like to share?
Oh, I mean, just thinking about this, is like, I think sometimes just we as adults gotta, like check our behavior because even innocent comments like, like, wow, y'all better watch your daughters or something like that, I could see, how that could be taken the wrong way or make people feel uncomfortable. I just know, for me in my particular situation, like I was always a tomboy, so I never really had comments and stuff like that made towards me. So I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but that was just my particular situation. Like I just, never experienced it, but I can't say that I have never watched somebody else go through it because I haven't.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I think we definitely like, all right, so y'all ever, I don't know if you've ever experienced this or seen this, but like, if you have like your baby brother or your baby cousin or somebody like that, and let's say like it's another baby around, like let's say it's a 1 year old and it's another 1 year old around, maybe like so you have a baby boy cousin and it's another baby girl somebody and they're around one, and you'll hear people say like, oh, comments like, oh, that's their little girlfriend, that's their little boyfriend. It's like they won. They're literally 1 years old. And like I know that like it sounds, playful and everything like that, but a lot of people would consider that to be related to this particular topic. With my particular example, it was a whole thing. Actually, I know I have one particular story. It happened a lot, but one particular story. I was 10 years old, and there was a 16-year-old, and I was in elementary school with somebody's like older brother or somebody, I don't know. He would come and pick up his younger sibling every day, and he would say things to me. He just kept saying stuff to me. And one, he just kept saying like, "Oh, you don't look like you're 10. Oh, you don't, you don't look a certain way." And I was like bigger, I was taller, and I was a little bit bigger, and I developed a little bit faster, um, just for whatever reason. And it was to the point where like I ended up telling somebody because I was like, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know what to do. And that I know that this is inappropriate, but I don't really know how to vocalize it. Um, and so yeah, just being aware of like what you're saying to people, and when you do feel uncomfortable, like it's important, even if it's uncomfortable for you to actually say something, to communicate that with somebody.
Yes, and in the article that I sent you, it was this study in 2014. They basically gathered participants, most of them were white, and they showed them multiple pictures of black little boys and white little boys. And the study was they asked the participants to guess the children's age. And they aged all the black boys 4 times older than our actual age, and the little white boys, I think, like 2 years younger. And it was basically to show that they don't really see us how we actually are. Like, we always look older. And for girls, it's been scientifically proven that black girls go through puberty earlier than their white peers. So I thought that study was really interesting because when they see you as older, it kind of strips away our innocence. And because of our color, they don't see us as innocent anyway. And the fact that we don't look our age, they treat us as if we're grown, which results in harsher punishments and over sexualization.
Yeah, definitely. Um, so how do y'all think that the media portrays, so social media, TV, music, whatever is in like popular culture, how do you think that, excuse me, they portray black and brown women?
Wanna go first?
That's what.
Um, in my perspective, the way how they treat uh our black women through media, um, see, I don't want to say, they did it themselves or they been controlled. I mean, like it's just like the way how they present themselves and carry themselves. But at the same time, like say if you see a 5'10" woman, right, and she's like she can have how looks could be looking appealing and stuff, but sometimes and people give her a lot of attention, but and a lot of comments, but she don't know that. So so my thing is like that's one way how they portray black women. And another way is that how people when they see they look appealing, they literally just try to message them, get away with how to contact them, cause it be a lot of creeps these days. So and I don't think that's right because you bothering someone that's not bothering you, and you bothering someone they don't even know, and that's just crazy. And that happened to people that I know that happened that was at school that always want to reach around with people that they don't know, and I've seen it a lot. It's sad, but at the same time, I mean, I don't want to keep saying it happens for a reason, but it happened when I observed it. Like I was, I seen it happen when I seen it. So I hope it changes. It's hard.
Yeah. It is. It is. This is it's a sensitive topic. Especially if you personally experience it or just seen someone that you know personally go through it. Lay.
Well, as far as you mean, like the way they treat women in like the music industry.
Yeah, so in popular culture, so social media, music, TV.
Okay, when it comes to that, at a young age, social media and the music industry, it kind of like subconsciously teaches girls that their body will get them more attention and more opportunities. So if you grow up in an environment where you know these half naked girls be getting all the boys and all the money and all the attention, subconsciously you're gonna know this is what I have to do to get that attention. So in order to change the way black women and girls in general are viewed in the music industry, it has to start at home because 9 times out of 10 that hypersexuality starts at a young age from being adultified at a young age. And my mother used to always say like we're grown up versions of our adult pain. So we're nothing but grown up versions of what we were taught as a child. So I think if at a young age we teach girls that this is not what you have to do to get attention or not attention or more opportunities or this is not what you have to do to get a platform, then the way they look at us will shift.
Can you elaborate, please? Um, One thing I want to say is all I'm gonna have to say is all black women should treat it in a positive way because you don't want them to treat you in a negative way. So I'm gonna just might as well. So I might as well say treat them how you want to treat it. Treat it like they your own. Don't treat them like they are a consumable item or an object, because they are people too. Not just only people, but individuals with purposes. Because they look appealing doesn't mean they don't have talent. They have talent in them. Maybe they just afraid to show it because when they have attention they have to get this. Now, attention is just people, but when your talent can speak for itself. So I definitely agree.
Yeah. So Daisha. Well, no, not Daisha. I'm sorry. I was gonna read some of them, but I was thinking about what I was gonna say as well. I think that at least by now, we know that media is not always our friend when it comes to like, black and brown women. I think that for in me growing up, I was looking and I was like, oh, my body has to look like that, exactly like that. I was not really taught like growing up, that black women can look different. So that goes with like skin color, that can go with like build, that can go with facial features, just everything. Like black women look different. There's not just one type of black woman. We all look very, very different. So looking, I was like, oh, I have to look like that or I'm not pretty. And so that's not how I want y'all to view it. And I feel like there's just a lot of just negative images, but I also think that there's, like you were saying earlier, like women that see this, they know that they can get attention this way. They know that they can like profit off of it. And I'm not in these women's heads, so I don't know exactly their thought process, because I feel like people have different reasons for doing it. But more or less like it's giving certain messages to younger girls, and saying like, oh well, maybe I do have to do this to be successful, or maybe I do have to do this to get money, or maybe I do have to do this to be a successful in the music industry. So yeah, it's a whole lot. Bishoni, any comments, questions, concerns?
Well, I just want to acknowledge Daisha Hunter because this conversation is right on time, especially for her, because it is something that she dealt with as recently as this morning. And I just want to publicly say to, everybody, if this is something that you need help with, like definitely reach out to us. I'm happy to hear that Daisha says that she feels safe and that she does have a relationship with her mom, that she can talk to her mom, but understanding that everybody doesn't have that. So definitely reach out to us, reach out to your mentors, somebody, if you're in a situation where you feel like you need help.
Most definitely. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
And like regarding her comment, I don't want anybody to feel like the way they dress or the way they present themselves can justify somebody treats you or what they say to you. So if anybody in the comments has gone through anything, I don't want you to feel like it's your fault or what you could have worn or something you could have said would have changed the outcome.
Especially we did not expect it to happen. So don't blame yourself what you did not expect to happen, because at the end of the day, you still who you are. Nobody can change you. Nobody can control you. Nobody can put food in your, put money in your pocket. None of that. So don't always blame yourself because you did not expect it to come. So I definitely agree.
Yeah. Um, Yeah, so to that particular point, absolutely. How you dress is not an invitation for anybody, whoever it may be, a man, not a man, whoever, for someone to do something inappropriate to you that you do not consent to. And I think that that's a really hot topic. That's a super hot topic because people are like, oh, she wanted it or he wanted it too. Because I don't want to exclude my young men either, or non-binary as well. I That's a hot topic because people are like, oh, well, that person asked for it because they, were wearing something or their body language said that they. You can't put words in people's mouths. You can't, pull out people's thoughts. You can't push yourself on the people or do stuff to people because you think that they want it or that you think that they're inviting you to do it. It's no, unless they like say out of their mouth every single step that they want or consent to whatever they want, is non-consensual, and that's on period.
Can I say one other thing real quick too?
Mm-hmm.
Because this gotta be addressed. So Marta General put, just pray, God got y'all. And normally I would never disagree with that type of advice, but I gotta respectfully disagree with that. You gotta do a little bit more than praying. It's okay to pray about this situation, but if somebody is harming you inappropriately, whether that be with their hands or with their words, do more than pray. Don't just hold that in. Talk to somebody, a trusted person. And again, you guys have a family here if anybody needs support in that way. But I don't want anybody to take his comment and think that that means that it's okay, because it's not. It's disgusting. It needs to be dealt with. And we're not going to have anybody suffering in silence, because that's just a slow death.
Absolutely. I agree 100% with Miss Joni. Lay, were you about to say something?
Oh no, I was just reading comments.
Okay, you want to read some that kind of, well, that we haven't already addressed yet, or does any stick out to you? Any questions? If not, that's okay.
No, not right now. I don't see any.
Okay, not to read out loud. I got you.
Oh, this one. It says
Okay.
Dominique said, teach people to be accountable for their actions instead of blaming the innocent. Which goes to what we said, because some people will use what you had on, how you was acting, to justify what they did.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna read Maya's comment. Um, she says, "Hey Maya," she says, "I see it a lot in the gaming community. There are a few popular gamer girls that don't sexually exploit themselves in some way to get attention, and the girls that get pressured to do it." Thank you for offering. I don't like that. I don't like what I just read, but I'm saying thank you for putting that perspective, because I think that we always kind of, with this topic, we think of like music and we think of like celebrities and we think of like, excuse me, our personal kind of experiences. but to like see that it's all across. So in the gaming communities and in communities that we might not think it's happening, it's still happening. Um, Naeem, did you have anything that you wanted to say?
I did, but give me 1 second. Something else going.
It's okay. You're fine. That's fine. All right, Lay. So while Naeem comes back, um, have you ever like witnessed something happen, like a comment from, a sly comment that happened to one of your friends, or witnessed anything that was happening where you either spoke up or you wish that you would have spoken up?
Well, let me see. I can't name a specific incident because it does happen often. But I have a sister, a younger sister, and she's built more than me, so to speak. So when we like go over to like family events, they'll point out her features, and because she's so young, she doesn't really understand where those comments are coming from or where that kind of mentality grows from. But I do wish that I would have said something. But the people that say it are so old. It's like, how do you get rid of that kind of mentality that's been planted for so long? The people that make these comments be like in their 60s, 70s. So it's like, do I really waste my time trying to correct somebody who already has this idea planted in their head, or try to educate the next generation to not do the same thing?
Say that last part one more time. The last sentence. I couldn't
But
really.
I said, I don't know how to word it, like, how do I change the mind of, how to change the mind of people who had this idea planted for so long, or to change the mentality of the generation that's coming up to not do the same thing?
I think that's a really important question, because I think that a lot of times we think because people are older, or maybe older than us, that they're kind of stuck in their ways and there's nothing that you can really do. But I absolutely think that there are things that you can do, and I think that's probably just going to be a question to everybody, like what are things that we can do, when older people are like making us feel uncomfortable, or older people are saying things that we don't like. What are some things that we can realistically do? Uh,
Ms.
let-
Morgan,
yes.
what was your question before you asked this one?
Oh no, this is the question. I was just wondering if you had any more comments about the previous topic.
Uh, now we could just go straight to the question.
Okay, yeah. So that's the current question. What can we do for people who we feel are older, who may be stuck in their ways, but they're still saying like uncomfortable things to us, still, making us feel like we're not heard. What can we do?
Uh, I will go first. I don't want to sound like I'm a mean or irrelevant or a considerate person, but my advice for the people, and elderly people, I mean, let me say a reason. They does this because they want to feel young again. That's for a fact. But I would tell them it's not wrong to act your age, but at the same time, you two to 3 decades older than them, and they have to live that life. Why why like why you can't help that person instead of just making that person life feel miserable and uncomfortable when you just can't help, when you just can't provide help and value, and you and then and other things I would say is not only start acting your age, but stop being afraid who you are. It don't matter what it. I know you very old in your 80s and 70s, but it's not wrong being different. Like stop. I'm gonna just say stop trying to fit in, because that's what some elderly people do. No offense to anyone that's elderly and that's go through the same thing, but all I'm at to say is it needs to stop.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. Um, Naeem, because I feel like a lot of times people are looking at like 15, 14-year-olds and be like, oh, y'all just trying to be like everybody else. Oh, you know, you're doing a thing. But that's an interesting perspective that you said that some older people might just be trying to fit in with their particular population. And that's just the first time that I've heard that. And I think that can absolutely be true.
And
So
exactly, my bad. I apologize.
it's okay.
Exact and same thing when they look and it happened to me before. Like when I when I was younger, like 10 or a little older, when I used to dress nice and stuff, people like I have elder people it's not wrong to call me handsome and stuff, but at the same time they go too far with it. They go too far, a little too far. And that's why I be a little like shy or walk away. As soon as they see you dress nice, they'll go a little too far. So that's why I social distance myself from others.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Like, what are some things that you think that we could do?
But when it comes to correcting older people, it goes like back to our first session because then it becomes not letting you disrespect me to them is disrespectful. So even correcting an adult, even when they could be wrong, they take the wrong way. So it's like walking on eggshells.
I get it. I get it. Because a bad question is hard. It's harder to answer. Um, I thought earlier someone said tell an adult. I don't know where it is. Oh, Kiara said tell an adult someone you know or the authorities because that's harassment. Um, Zion said they want us to act our age but can't act theirs. I
Exactly.
get it. Simone said I would say pull them aside and express how you feel about their comment and be respectful about it. There goes that respectful word, right? Um, yeah, so and Dante said, or have a small circle. And Zion also said it's always taken the wrong way. So I wonder, I don't really know. In certain situations, what would be the best? I guess it depends on the situation. I would just say, like, tell if it is an adult that you're experiencing something with, tell an adult or someone that you like trust and like can really, trust their opinion and trust that they care about you in the correct way. That's kind of, and then kind of talk it out with them. I know that that's something that's worked for me, um, in a surefire way that's worked for me. But that I'm sure that there are other ways as well. Miss Joni?
I just wanted to touch on what La said. Am I saying it right or am I still saying it wrong?
Lay.
Lay. Because if anybody listened to my jewels today earlier, my jewels were about ego and arrogancy. And what you guys are talking about, I think it has less to do with age and more so to do with that person's bruised ego when somebody brings something to their attention that they're not comfortable with addressing, or if they feel like you caught them doing something wrong. And just that arrogant spirit of, I can't be wrong. I'm always right. I don't want to listen to what you have to say because you're just a kid. So I think that that's probably more of that situation of when you're dealing with those type of people. But when you're dealing with adults who take ego out of the situation, then you'll find that those conversations are a lot more safer because they aren't judging you or looking down on you because you are younger than them, but more so still being able to have that conversation with you eye to eye because they respect you as a person and expect your experiences regardless of how different or how limited they are, just because you are a person. So when you're dealing with those arrogant and egotistical people, it don't matter if you're having a conversation about ice cream, it's going to be hard because they got to be right, and they just those type of people who feed themselves off of making other people feel low.
Mm-hmm. And it was one comment, I don't remember who said it, but they said talk to a safe adult. And my question is like, how would you determine who's safe and who's not?
Well, from my experience, I think that young people, you guys have a great instinct on adults and just on people in general in terms of who has your best interest at heart and who doesn't. I have yet to meet a young person that was a bad judge of character in terms of adults. So I would just say for a lot of that, you got to trust your intuition, and you also have to look at their actions and their patterns, because nothing tells you more about a person than what they consistently do. So if this is a person that consistently helps other people, then you can probably be 100% sure that they're going to help you. If this is a person that's consistent in keeping their word and being accountable, and they've done things in a patterned way that proves them to be trustworthy, then I would say chances are you can take a chance on that person that they're going to be trustworthy. And then also too, with friends that you may have or that you may trust, ask them for recommendations too. I can't tell you how many times a day I get heartbeats, people on the phone saying, "Hey, Miss Joni, can I give somebody your phone number? Or can I tell somebody to DM you because they having this problem or having that problem?" That's probably how I met about 80% of the people that we work with, through somebody else who saw that we were good people and referred other young people to us.
Yeah. And I don't know if we had, kind of more to say about. I feel like this is one of those conversations that's going to continue to happen. Not the issue is going to continue to happen, but the conversation is going to continue to happen because this happens in so many forms, and we don't realize. Some of them we do realize, and some of them are very explicit, but some of them we don't really realize off of the bat. So I want to thank Lay and Naeem for coming together, especially from that male perspective and that female perspective, kind of speaking on this topic, and bringing it up because it's important and it's happening around us, whether we realize it or not. So yeah, y'all, we're winding down on time actually. So um, I'm gonna say my jewel, and then y'all give y'all jewels. I want everybody to shout out Lay, just for this being her first time and for leading this conversation. You did amazing. My jewel is, if you feel uncomfortable, trust that feeling. More likely than not, actually 100% of the time, if you feel uncomfortable, like when it pertains to this particular topic, not when it comes to growth, but when you feel uncomfortable when it comes to this particular topic, you need to tell somebody, talk to somebody, identify it, because it's absolutely justified and it's absolutely valid. And it's not you, going crazy. It's not you thinking, out of the box or anything like that. It's something that you truly feel. So trust that feeling. Naeem?
Um, Ashley, I want to pass it on to Shalay because, as to be honest, I think her jewel would be better. So I would like to hit hers first. It's gonna be awesome.
Okay. Well, my jewel today is going to be the biggest risk is not taking a risk at all. And this relates to back to the sex trafficking um, session where she said her case got dismissed because she didn't have any evidence. And I just want to let you know, whether it's in this life or the next, anybody who has done you wrong will face consequences.
Thank you, Lay. Come on, Naeem. You got to give us one. You know how we like.
I
You're
got you. I got you. All right. So for my young men out there, all because she looks appealing doesn't mean she's wants you. She just dressing nice for herself. She can
Period.
look all she want, but she don't want you. You can't tell if she wants you or not. How you gonna want her when y'all can't support each other? How you gonna love her when she don't love you? That's crazy. That's why I don't be in that relationship stuff. That ain't me. That ain't me. Y'all young men moving too fast. Wait until you get an adult. Cause people like me, I
3
get
seconds, Naeem.
like All my young men out there, be careful.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much. He was about to go in for through the whole lunch break. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Lane. Thank you, Naeem. Thank you, Miss Money Mo. This was a great conversation. Part 2 needed for sure.
All right.
See y'all. Yo, they did a great job. And yo, special shout out to Lay, new heartbeat coming up here doing the whole presentation. And also shout out to Naeem, a seasoned heartbeat. He's still kind of new though too, but for encouraging a new heartbeat to come on. So I got that challenge out there to all y'all old heartbeats who keep recycling, man. Look, bring a new heartbeat on with you. We only got a few more sessions, y'all. We like more than halfway through our youth works experience, and we want to be able to give the new heartbeats opportunities as we can to be up here presenting and sharing those thoughts as well. All right, so look, go ahead, take your 10-minute break. After your 10-minute break, take your lunch. I'll see y'all back here at 2:00 for our last session. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. We are back. How is y'all lunch, man? I hope y'all been having a good day at work because I'm having an amazing day at work. I don't know about y'all, but it's like one of the best jobs I ever had, little kid. What's up, man? Hey, we on our last session. And yo, is my man's Trent on here? Trent, if you on here, drop a heart or say something. Yo, I definitely want to shout out Trent because he's a new heartbeat and he is stepping up to do a session, y'all. So in the session that he's doing is right on time. I ain't gonna give away too much information. I see you, Trent, but thank you so much for stepping up. He's gonna do a session on internet safety, y'all. Yes. And I'm gonna leave it right there. It's gonna be fire. But yo, it's good to see these new heartbeats stepping up and using your voice and using this platform to teach and so that we can learn from each other. So let's get right into this 2 o'clock. Okay, let's see what we got knocking on this door. Hey Bree, hey Donovan, hey Mazel, hey Daniel, hey Mackenzie, hey Darian, hey Dante, hey Talia. King Cool.
What's up, Miss Johnny?
What's up? I love that shirt.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Good, you?
Good. I'm blessed. Coach Johnson.
Hi, Miss Johnny. What's up, King Core?
What's
What's
up?
up, bro?
How you doing?
Doing good.
Good to see you. I had threw major shade your way earlier, and I knew you wasn't on because you ain't say nothing back.
Listen. I be in John Hopkins meetings back to back now. So if I'm not on my phone, I just it just be a lot. It's been a lot going on.
We know you're a businessman, but somebody from your team, Lay, I was all like, what team you representing? And she said, Team Johnson. And I said, oh, he ain't even on here. And you ain't say nothing. You really was. Because I was like, oh, he really ain't on there.
I probably wasn't on there. Nah.
Yo, you crazy. But I love it. What y'all doing today? What y'all got for us?
We're gonna talk about black men mental health issues. So
Yes, I love it. Timely topic. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all go in and take it away. I'm feeling this already.
awesome. So basically King Core, I'm trying to pull up the YouTube again so I can look at the comments as well.
Yeah, that's what I was over here doing, pulling it up.
All right, so there we go. I got a comment. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. Me and Corey today we're gonna give a brief, introduction of who we are. I'm Shalard Johnson, Coach Johnson, Miss Joni would call me, 18, and I'm also the founder of MBCL, Mentoring Through Basketball Change Lives.
All right, hey y'all, I'm King Core. I'm actually the founder of Illustrious Brand that actually just dropped Monday. I'm actually 18 years old as well, and my heartbeat.
Yo, okay. So today we're gonna talk about Black male mental health. We picked this topic today because it's a lot of females talk about mental health problems or just mental health in general, but nobody actually talks about the actual Black male mental health. And before we get into the topic, I want to basically encourage all the new heartbeats that's introverts that really don't like to come out like that. You guys can say in the chat. You can tell your story in the chat if you want to. If you want to join one of the upcoming sessions with Miss Mo, Miss Simone, Miss Caitlin, or somebody, you can just let them know. Because this is a good platform for you guys to use to talk through your stories. And, it is a trusted system right here too. So we're not just going to come there and talk to you and then never contact you ever again. We're going to also bring you into the HeartSmiles team as you family. So I definitely want to encourage the new heartbeats to come on the sessions, girls and boys as well. But we're just going to hop right into the session. So we got some questions to ask you guys in the chat. If you want to answer the questions too, keep it engaging. You ask some of the questions. But Corey, so basically, name a time you realized you had a mental health issue.
I mean, I went like how some people probably say, you got a mental health issue, you stupid. So
right? No,
me,
not like that. Like
right.
I'm gonna be more detailed. Like
Right.
depression, anxiety, bipolar,
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that sort.
So basically, like I say, depression. Sometimes, like depression, like in school, you maybe feel depressed or some things like that. I'm sorry if y'all hit the door, but it's like you come home from school one day and you got a lot of tests and things like that, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a little depressed, and like you in a relationship, y'all going through it and stuff like that. So I just say depression. I feel like I had depression. It started about like a year ago, but I be getting along with it like very good. So I'm fine.
Yeah, that's depression. I'm also forgot to mention ADHD, anger issues, anger management problems. I had those when I was younger. I was diagnosed with ADHD at the age of 4. I think it was before 2. I think it was 4. It was 4. They said I had ADHD, so I had to take on some medication. The medication, I didn't really know how it affected me when I was younger, but I know kind of how it affected me when I got older. The simple fact of I used to like act like a mummy. Like I used to be like real quiet. Like I wouldn't talk enough, and I'd be just straight like focus on the thing I'm supposed to be doing. When I can see the difference when I stop taking the medication, whereas though I'll be more interactive, I'll be more hyper, and I would say I do have ADHD because if you look up ADHD, you be all hyper and stuff. But I feel as though that's just my natural self. Why do I gotta be sit up there and why do I gotta be categorized about something that I am, and it's just my natural self. So that's just for me. Miss Joni, can you name one time when you thought you had like depression or anxiety or stuff like that?
Yeah, see, the one thing about like the type of mindset that I have, like I think even if I did, I probably didn't recognize it because I don't think that you can go through some of the things that I've been through and see some of the things that I saw, like dead bodies, people strung out and all that, and not be impacted in some type of way. But I was just always that type of person where I diverted my energy and my thoughts to something else. So like I would work myself to death literally and would not be thinking about nothing. And then, definitely as an adult, when some of those things started to become, like more of a topic, and I was just like, I was always the one like, like, no, like, I don't think like that. I just have a different mindset. So I can't really say like a time that I ever thought that I had mental issues. Have I ever felt depressed? Absolutely. Yeah. I've had death in my family. I've had bad things happen, but for me, it was just always a place that I visited and never allowed myself to stay there. And I was definitely not ever going to let nobody tell me I needed to take medicine. Like that's just the type of person I was.
Yeah, that's different because I kind of wish I had the same mindset as Joni had, but I don't. So like I knew if I saw dead bodies and people was on drugs and stuff, it wouldn't sit right in my mind. It just wouldn't sit right. It wouldn't. I see a lot. I'm reading the comments, and one thing that really keep popping up a lot is anger issues and PTSD. So I do suffer with PTSD myself. I saw someone get shot in front of my face. Had to call the ambulance. Pressure on the wound, all that 9 yards stuff like that. So PTSD is real. For me, it didn't really. I wouldn't say it don't affect me no more, but it don't affect me as much as it did when it happened. So I think this happened more like in 2016, 2017. Yeah, in 2016, beginning of 2017. It's 2020 now. So I really don't it's not as effective and you know, it's not as strong as it used to be. Um, Anger issues. I don't have anger issues. I know I get irritated real fast or I get real irritable when it's like if it's hot outside or something like that. I just get real irritable. But I don't think that's like mental health. I think that's just who I am, the person I am. But I do get like when I get angry, I get like real angry and just get like real mad. And but that's not normal. Like I don't get mad every day or over little things. It's just like something really got happened. I just get mad. But that's just for me. Any to Corey. So you said you had depression and stuff like that. I also did have depression as well. So can you name some of your coping skills and how you dealt with it, or the things you did to take your mind off of it?
Yeah, for sure. Like depression, things like that. It's like I jot it down on a piece of paper, so you know how you don't want to be telling people like your business and stuff like that. So me, I try to write it down on a piece of paper. So it's like I'm saying it, but I'm not saying it. I'm writing it down in words, but I know it hit different when you say it because it's a lot of stuff that you want to say, and like when you writing stuff down, it really don't come out like that. And also like I listen to music and things like that, such and like that's really it. Like I say music, writing it down, and sometimes might talk to my mother about it if it's like something that she might can relate on or something like that.
Yeah, that's one thing you basically touched on is when you say you can talk to your mother about it. Now I got to the point where as though I can talk to my mother. That's only like a few people, like family, like biological family wise, besides the HeartSmiles family. It's like my mother, my aunt, and my father. And that kind of happened over like the recent past year or two. You know, I can kind of come to them, relate. I can more relate to my father because he's a male figure. And then when stuff happens, just like in general, I would just call my mother, or you know, always, the mother parents always be like they know their child best, so she'll know something wrong with me, and I won't show it, but she just know it because she got that feeling. So like she'll make me come and talk. She'll make me say it, like because she know I don't. I'm the type of person where I don't like to tell my feelings. You know, I will show it, but I won't say it, and that's something I gotta work on. I'm more of a showing type person. I don't tell you like if I have feelings or emotions towards you, I'm gonna show you instead of telling you. And I don't understand why I do that, but I don't really people. And then another thing is like talking. People, I was always to the point where it's though I always had to go to a therapist. And I'm not saying not knocking nobody therapist because I had this one therapist. Her name was Miss Ashley, and she was a real good therapist. Like she really helped me with a lot. It's just to the point where as though I was just getting tired of coming down there to school every day, well not every day, like every Wednesday or every week, because Miss I want to say Miss Ashley didn't do wrong, but she don't know me, you know, and it's kind of different from talking to somebody that don't know you and they talking to several people a day than talking to somebody in your family that does know you and probably can more relate to what you're talking about. So I just stopped going to therapy because I just felt as though she didn't know me. She only knew what I told her. I can be telling her anything. Like I can tell her my cat died and my cat just jumped out the window. Like she can know anything. It's just she just know what I tell her. So that's why I just said I really stopped going to therapy. But I won't say therapy didn't work. I would choose therapy over medication any day, like any day, because medicine it changed you over the time. You might not know it, but if you take medicine for like 3 or 4 months, it'll change over time. Therapy, you just telling your feelings and talking it out, and yeah, that's for me. Um, Miss Joni, how did you cope with seeing people, seeing dead bodies, seeing people struck out on drugs? Like, how did you cope with that?
Yeah, I honestly don't think that I did. I think probably the worst thing that I've witnessed, and I don't even think I told my mother this, but was watching somebody be raped in the alley where our bedroom was at. Like watching it happen from start to finish. That's probably one of the worst things that I witnessed. I don't think that I did deal with it because it was just something that you just don't talk about. And when I say that line all the time where I say I knew I wasn't supposed to be poor, like all of those things are encompassed in that. Like I knew that that was not supposed to happen. I knew I was not supposed to be in that situation and witnessing those things. So I don't think that I ever did deal with it. But I do want to say just a few things really quick. First thing is this conversation is very important. And I know that some of our heartbeat mentors. I can't remember exactly which one, but I think somebody majors in this or studies this type of stuff. So if you want to jump in this conversation, please let me know in the chat, send me a text so I can give you the link so you can come in and give us a perspective in terms of like the correct terms and diagnosis and just help to bring another perspective to this important conversation. And then two, for Naeem, I see Naeem's comments in the comment section. I don't know if you guys saw him, but he's talking about anger being a problem. And Naeem, you talking about you being violent. I can't even imagine you being violent, but I do want to say if you feel like you need help, let us know. We do have official therapists on deck with the Black Mental Health Alliance that we can connect you with because you got a bright future ahead of you and we can't afford to lose you over something like that.
Yeah, I was definitely gonna hop on that too about Naeem. I saw it in the comments, but she basically took everything out my mouth. Um, so dang, so okay, for me, it's like when I get depressed or I just get angry or something like that, and I'm not feeling myself, I'll go play basketball. Or yeah, so Corey, what do you do when you like instead of like what do you physically do? Because you can, writing and stuff down is everything. Or like what's something physically hands-on that you do to get your mind off of it?
Something physically that I do, like recently my PlayStation just broke, so I tried to get Naeem to come do a little fix a roof for me, but I really like play the game, but then that start up another thing because you know how you can play 2K and it get very competitive. That start up me getting angry. So I get angry. Then I had to cut the game off. So I really say like I try like go for a walk or like go for a run because I'm like very into fitness. If everyone know, like if you know me on a personal level, like my other job, I actually work with a gym called Mission Fit, and we actually help youth around like workout and things like that. And like I get trained to like be a personal trainer. So I actually try to go to the gym and maybe like let off some steam or something. And like that, know something be wrong. They're like, you want to go over there, you want to go push some weights or something like that, something like that. So I try to get outside. I say nature for real. So you look around and it's like, wow, like it's beautiful outside.
Yeah, that's deep. Yeah, nature. Okay, Miss Joni.
As far as coping mechanisms, um, food is my go-to. What whatever I feel like eating, sweet potato pie, chicken bites, whatever the case may be. Like I will forget all about whatever's happening, eat my food, enjoy my food, and then by the time my food is over, figure out, okay, how do I need to move forward? But food is my ultimate relaxer.
Wow. I'm reading these comments. Um, food, basketball, music. Um, before I get to this one comment, I see this comment right here. Miss Johnny, can you elaborate on it? Because it's kind of deep, and I don't know like how to really say it. I can just give you my opinion. Natasha Bennett, it says when I was 6 when I tried to kill myself because of the relationship with my mom. I just want to say that, parents parents love you, regardless of what they do and how they approach themselves to you. Your parents do love you, because they might not take the time out to, lay down and make a baby, but they do carry you for 9 months. So they do gain a relationship with you, even if you're not here yet. They do gain a bond with you, relationship with you. So, and then she had the courage enough to birth you and keep you. So, you know, I would say, just I don't really don't know what to say because me and my mom, we don't have the best relationship. But how me and my mom cope with it is, it's the point where me and my mom we can't live it together, but we can always like I can always go to her. But when me and my mom start living together, the relationship just get real bad. It just get like real toxic. So, but as far as you trying to kill yourself because of relationship with your mom, I wouldn't say, taking yourself out this world is not something you want to do to because of relationship with your mom. Because I'm pretty sure your mom would be devastated if you was gone. So you just gotta think about the stuff. Just think about how you gonna not hurt yourself but hurt your family. Because as somebody that did try to kill herself, you always will think, oh, if I kill myself right now, want nobody to deal with me, this and the third. But then you also gotta think about the fact of if I do take myself away, the people that do care about me, the people that do love me, is going to be sitting here and it's going to say, why did I do this? Or was I going through? Why didn't I come to them and talk to them about that? So you really just gotta learn how to just talk your emotions out. If you don't want to talk, like Corey said, you can write in a journal, go out for a walk or run, stuff like that. But killing yourself is not it's not an option at all. Like it's not even a last resort. You don't even use that. You don't even want that around you at all because it's not healthy. And if you have a mindset of trying to hurt or harm yourself, it's just to the point where you need to get like help. And that's the only time I would say you probably would get like help, because it's not easy, you know. It's not easy. I'll be real. I went to a psychiatric institution in DC for a week. It was really relaxing. I had a peace of mind. Basically, I had a roommate. The stuff that I was going through, so we was just talking about certain things. So like, but it's when I sit back and I think about it, like hurting yourself is it's not a good thing because imagine if I'd have killed myself in 2018, 2017. And look at me now. It wouldn't be a Coach Johnson, you know, it wouldn't be girls that's inspired by basketball. It wouldn't be a Matthew Henson NBCL team. Like it just wouldn't be that. So you just got to think about the future and not think about your present because your present always going to, if you think about your present and your past, it's going to affect your future 100%. So that's just my way of saying, you know, not to harm yourself due to situations like that. But if Miss Joan, if you want to top off, you can.
I just first want to say that, thank you so much for sharing that. But also, if you need additional support, Natasha, we are definitely here for you. It just breaks my heart to think that you were 6 years old. Like that's elementary school age. Like, and whatever you guys were going through, I'm so sorry that you were going through that. And my hope is that, things truly are working out for the better. But just as a person who is now in their adult life, for all of you guys, 9 times out of 10, your relationship with your parents, you will have a different relationship with them when you guys are adults. So like, it's not the same when you are younger. So I know that that doesn't fix the right now, but definitely, hopefully, you guys will be able to have better relationships as you get older and the relationship changes. But anybody that needs help with that type of stuff, please let us know. And that's not good at all for anybody to have those thoughts. And we are definitely here to help.
I just wanted to say, like, basically, I get where you coming from, but please don't like hurt yourself like that. That's really not an option. And like the thing with you and your mother and like your relationship, I know like she really she means well for you. Like she wants the best for you. That's why she probably was hard on you and things like that. Like you just gotta think about it in the long run. It'll come to you in the long run. Like when my mom used to get on me and stuff like that, I used to had a little same feeling where I just want to get out this house. Like, let me leave, something like that. But it's like the thing you'll look at it in the long run. Like me, I just graduated high school, so basically now I'm looking at it like those things was like life skills. So she told me, get to school on time, and if I get late, she'll fuss me out because I'm late. But it's a thing where your job, if you're late too many times, you get fired, and that's just something like that. But please, I'm glad that you still here with us today, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. Like I said, like Miss Joni and Corey said, if you need any help, you can always contact me at Instagram at mbcl.md because I can relate to what you've been through. I'm glad you shared your story. Um, back something to piggyback off what Corey said about your mom being hard on you. Your parents be hard on you and you don't even know why, but they only want the best for you. And what I can really testify to that because my mom was like I ain't like my mother at all. Like me and her was always clashing. And she always would tell me, you need to do your chores, you need to clean the bathroom, you need to go wash some dishes, you need to go to school on time. Like, and I really didn't look at it, but like now I just said, like, I just graduated high school. She was a single mother. My dad was always my dad was always incarcerated. So she's basically a single mother. Her and my aunt was always taking care of me. I just graduated high school. I'm going to college. So I'm gonna need all this stuff that I learned and basically everything she taught me in elementary, middle, and high school to use it in college. Like I didn't know that's what she was teaching me to do, but she's basically just helped me out in the long run. And she was so hard on me because look who I am today. Like I'm a very well, I'm not gonna say I'm a perfect individual, but I'm a very well-rounded individual. And to be a black man in today's society is kind of hard. So me doing the things that I do and the things Corey do is kind of like different as what you as females go through and what other Caucasian men go through. So, parents just mean they mean the best for you, but they might come off on the wrong way in the wrong spectrum. It's not because they don't love you, it's because they love you too hard. And that's kind of, take that in. Parents love too hard. They love harder than they love their self because you're that child. And we love our parents more than they even know, but they don't know that. They just want to see that. So they think by loving us too hard is simple fact of we don't love them at all, or we don't see what they talking about. But deep down inside, that's just our parents' way of showing like they really love us. They really want to take care of us, and they really want us to do good in the world. So that's that for me. We're gonna move to the next question. To keep everything going positive. So this ties into the next thing. If you're ever feeling like down or like discouraged and you don't have like a heart smile family like us, you always gotta do something positive. I do require I do, recommend taking long walks, you know, taking long walks, eating food is a good one, exercising. They say exercising is always like one of the number one things to relieve stress. So certain things like if you ever feeling down, you gotta release. You just gotta if you're ever feeling down, angry, you just gotta release that anger into the world. Like how would I say right to the world, how would I say to the atmosphere, like running, playing basketball. Basketball is a contact sport. So if you do that, you just gotta like play basketball to your hardest ability. Like if I'm mad, I'm play basketball. If I want to walk, I'm gonna walk. I want to run, I'm gonna run. Like certain things you just gotta do positive to keep your body from doing it. Because if you guys don't know, your mind, literally your mind controls you. So if you get to your mind thinking of I'm depressed, oh I'm sad, or I don't want to be here, your mind is gonna start shutting your body down. And like I said, your mind tell your hands what to do, your arm what to do. Your body will literally shut down by itself, and you'll be sitting there, you'll be like, why can I move? Why can I get up? Because your mind is telling your body to shut it down, like just shut down. So you gotta have that mindset where it's though, I'm gonna just keep pushing, I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna do something because that's just what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna sit there and let my mind be like, oh, he doing this, he doing that. Like, so shut it down. Like, no, I don't wanna just keep your mind active, keep your mind engaging because certain stuff can like really hurt. And like I said, stress can kill you. Stress can give you heart attacks. It can give you strokes. It can send you to the heart. It can send you to the hospital for panic attacks. Like stress can really kill you. Stress is like one of the hard things that teenagers deal with, and a lot of people don't know how to deal with stress. Certain me now, it's not more of stress from my parents. It's just like stress from like the business aspect. But that's what the kind of things I got to deal with as a business owner. It's going to be stress. It's going to be times where it's stressful. It's going to be times where it get hard. It's going to be times where you feel like you can't do no more. But you got to see where you come from. A perfect example. I look at, and it might sound crazy, but I look up to Cam. Cam, she goes hard for what she is, and she's so young, and she just do what she do. And I just be like, well, it's times I be like, yo, I don't feel like doing this work, yo. I don't feel like doing this. I just look at Cam. I be like, yo, Cam out here doing it, and she's only 16, and she's a female at that. So, you just got just take to the point where just look where you came at, look where you came from, and look who you are today. So that's for me. Miss Joni or Corey, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, I definitely want to say I'm sorry to Amani because she said that she saw someone get shot out front of her door from out the window. So, like, that's not normal and that's not okay. And we've witnessed that too much. So, deeply, deeply sorry that you had to witness that. And then also, Kanaji said eating food is not always a good one. You can become very unhealthy by using food to cope. And I definitely would say, you know what? I agree, but everybody has to figure out what works for them. I know that works for me, and that's not how I eat every single day. So a healthy balance is always good. But yeah, I would say with anything that you do, that you use to cope, you want to have a healthy balance, and you got to figure out what works for you. I don't necessarily do the drinking and the smoking and all that stuff like that. Getting the sweet potato pie.
I hear that sweet potato pie. That sounds good right now. But top it like what Coach Johnson said. He's like, stuff gonna get bad. You're gonna have bad times. Yes, you're gonna have bad times before everything become good. Like everything won't come good at you right then and there. You gotta go through something. You gotta experience something. So therefore, like these hard times that we seeing right now, hopefully in the long run we won't ever see these times ever again. Hope not. But like I was saying, like Coach Johnson, like you said, yes, I look up to Cam too, bro. Like young, 16. Think about it. Black, female, still in high school. Oh, she probably out here doing stuff better than your old school teacher. Like really.
Right. She doing stuff that adults never did in their life.
Right. In these meetings that adults really want to be in. Like it's things like that. Like, bro, you gotta look at like it's nothing but success around y'all. Like everybody in this chat right now, like y'all can just reach a hand out and hit anybody up because I know everybody here right now is for success. Everybody gonna be successful 100%, and I can see it. Cause if y'all here right now, just like my man Lamar said, I ain't trying to be no broke bums. Well, we gonna get right. I'm trying to tell y'all we get right.
Broke smiles.
Right, broke smiles. We heart smiles, baby. You know.
Yeah. I want to touch on a comment that Jordan said. Jordan said, "When I'm stressed out or depressed, I don't have the ability to do anything, let alone eat." Okay. I'm gonna say something real quick, and Miss Joan, you can say something too. It's okay. Okay, well, how about this? People, well, not people. I tend to, if I feel like depressed or I feel sad in a certain aspect, it comes at night, you know. And what I mean by that, it won't come through the day. Like something will happen. Something happened 10 o'clock in the morning. You know, I'll be hurt that it happened, but it won't really hit me until 10 o'clock that night when I'm laying down in the bed. You know, I'm looking at my ceiling or trying to go to sleep. I'm tossing and turning. It's because then like that nighttime, that when that nighttime atmosphere come, you really can't do a lot because it's nighttime, everything is closed, you know, it's dark outside, it's not safe to go outside. So I have felt that pain whereas though I can't eat, I can't do anything because I'll be in the bed laying down, I'll be somewhat paralyzed, you know. And what you gotta do is once you feel yourself getting that way, like I also said again in the beginning, it's your brain. It's your brain that tells you that. It's not, you can't physically, it's not, your physical body cannot get up. Your brain is telling your body not to get up. You telling yourself not to get up. When you telling yourself not to eat. Once you start feeling yourself going into that dark hole, that dark path, you automatically gotta snap out of it. And like I said, do something positive. I don't, you know, whatever you like. Jordan, you like to draw a lot, you know. You did the HeartSmiles thing for the 5-year anniversary, and that was perfect. You know, start doing stuff like that. You know, start writing your name out. Start make a business out of it. I mean, yeah, you can make a lot of money from doing this. You know, so you just do something that you like to do, and to get your mind off it. Because I promise you, if you don't, and you just let your mind go to that dark hole, your mind's going to tell you about. Your mind's going to tell you, oh yeah, I ain't getting up. I'm not eating today. I'm not doing this. I'm not getting out of bed because you let your mind tell you to do it and you let yourself get to that hole. Corey or Miss Joni?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
let Corey go. I'm not good with this one.
So basically, like Coach Johnson said, with you not eating and stuff like all that stuff, like I hear you, that stuff unhealthy. Like he told you, when you think about it and your mind is telling you to shut down. So basically it's telling you not to eat, it's telling you not to do this, it's telling you not to do that. You just gotta snap out of it. Like my brother always told me, like when things happen like that, just smile, put a big smile on your face and think about something else. Like think about you on a beach or an island and stuff going so good. And it's like, and I feel like that really helps you. So like I put a big smile on my face sometimes, like I feel down or I feel like I'm ready to cry. I just put a big smile and people just be like, "What you smiling for?" Trying to get out there. I'm just trying to get out my place. Like, leave me alone. Like, so I can regroup myself. Then I talk to you. So I know it's normal to have your little down days and things like that, but you gotta snap out of it right then and there because it's more to life. Like it's way more to life. So you go to sleep that one night, you wake up that one morning, you get out and you go do something productive with yourself, man. Like they said, you like to draw, and like I'm not even gonna lie to you, that 5-year anniversary thing that you did, what? That was the one. I loved it. I mean, like I'm big on graphic design and stuff like that too. Like I got that in me a little bit. People don't know. I know that took you a long time because I couldn't even do my name out and it ain't take me about a month. I know that took you a long time. You stayed up day and night. My guy, come on, bro. Start a business out of that. Make some money. I know it's gonna get a little hard, but I know you got it in you. I can see it. You got it.
Taylor, I see your comment. Gonna say that don't mean don't try, Miss Joni. I didn't say I wasn't gonna try. I said I was gonna let him go first because I'm not good with that type of stuff. I'm that annoying friend. Like if somebody is coming to me, especially like my peer, talking about they depressed, they just want to stay in the bed and all that. I'm that annoying friend that's going to get you out the bed and no, we're going out. We're going to maybe do some retail therapy, or if it's the weekend or something, we might go down Miami. Like we're going to I'm just not having it. We got to get up. We got to get out and do something. Now, now if it's one of the heartbeats coming, I can't handle you guys like I would somebody in my peer group. So definitely it is listen first. And then after I listen, if I have permission to give you advice, because sometimes people don't want advice, but once I get permission to give you advice, then my advice is going to be, let's find something to do. Like let's do something that is going to potentially have you in a productive state, or at least in a more relaxed state, or somewhere where you can begin to move forward. Because I don't believe in staying stuck. Like you can do anything but be stuck. I don't care how depressed you are or how bad you feel. Don't still stay stuck, because what's going to happen is, since Father Time don't love us, the time is still going to keep ticking. And then a week or two later, you're going to be done wasted all that time laying in the bed and still don't have nothing done. So not only are you dealing with the problem that got you there, you're dealing with all the new problems that then compounded because you allowed yourself to be stuck in that one space. And that's why I'm just a true believer of, it don't matter how you feel, still move your body, still move yourself. Your feelings eventually going to catch up to what you're doing. So that's my take on that. So Taylor, I wasn't ignoring it. I was just letting King Cole go first. That's it.
Miss Joni, can I be a part of that peer group? I want
Like,
to go to Miami.
Yo, y'all stupid.
Can I go to Miami? You can take me to Miami. I'm okay with that.
Miami, me, please.
Real. Like on the beach and nice on in the plane, Southwest Airlines,
Hey, the way y'all rolling, y'all about to be doing bigger and better than us. Please. Y'all about to be doing that for each other.
Nah, we got it from HeartSmiles. We got it from HeartSmiles. It's like we got like 11 minutes, Corey. Time go by like. Can we get to 3 o'clock since this is the last session?
We ain't never got enough time.
2:50, yo.
On 3 o'clock. It's the last session. Listen,
Yo.
it's the last session. This conversation is needed. Everybody in the comments saying the conversation is needed.
Every session need a part 2, yo. This ain't special. What session don't need a part 2, yo? Come on.
All right, well, we're gonna take the 11 minutes we got and use it to the best of our abilities. Corey, you want to say something and you want to say? Because I don't want to seem like I'm just taking over the show.
Go ahead. You're doing a good job. You're doing a good job, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. One thing about Black male mental health that we deal with a lot, ties in with Corey said earlier, is depression. I would say, just as depression is I don't know, I'm using that word. It's overrated. Like people don't look at it's underrated. Like people don't look at depression how it's supposed to be. People don't put the flashlight on depression how it should be. They put the flashlight on anxiety and PTSD. Yes, there's some good things to put it on there, but it's like depression is one of the main things, and depression can turn into stress. It can turn into a lot of different things. And as a Black man, as in today's community, not just in Baltimore, but in just just in today's society, it's really hard. And simple fact of, as we teenagers trying to deal with it, I really can't like give like clues, or not clues. I would say I can't really give advice on how to really deal with it, because like Ms. Joni said, everybody coping mechanism is different. But you know, get yourself out there, talk it out. If you have a friend you talk to, talk to your friend. If you can talk to your parents, talk to your parents. But like, depression is hard. It can literally shut you down, can shut you out. It can make you an introvert. It can do a lot. And it's just more simple fact that we gotta bring more awareness to depression. That we have a mental health week or mental health month. Like, we need to have like a certain week where, as though depression is focused on, like, we gotta focus on depression as just as a whole by itself. So yeah. Corey.
Yeah. And to touch on the Black male mental health thing, I feel as though like some Black men and like myself, like younger days and things like this, but we really don't like talking about our problems. That's one thing too. So I know, like, cause when I was younger and things like that, I never used to want to talk to nobody. Like, I used to want to keep it into myself, and like that is very unhealthy. Like, that's really not good. Like, my mom tried to get me a therapist and things like that. Like, ADHD, I suffer with that too. And what's it called? They had me taking medicine and things like that. And the way the medicine used to make me feel, I like Shala said, you feel out of your body. Like, you don't feel like yourself. Like, basically, when I took the medicine, I'd be in classroom shaking, like my hand would be like this, sitting there. I'm like, wow, and then I wouldn't take the medicine for a day. I'm just fine. They were like, I never knew you had this laughter in you and stuff like that. Like, I never knew you was this funny. But it's like they stop us from doing what we really want to do, and like we talking and things like that. Like I to get back on topic, like, we don't like really talking about our problems. I say if we go talk to somebody about something, everything will be much easier in the long run for us. Like, we wouldn't have to like go through therapists and things like that. But if you just get it out and talk about it, it would be like make everything 10 times better than I would say.
And cool, can I just ask a quick question? Like, why do you think it's so hard to talk about it? I mean, I know like the stigma that, Black males have to be all rough and tough, but like beneath that, like, why do you think it's so hard?
The reason why I think it's like so hard, like you had just said, they don't want to be known as like, oh, I'm a punk and stuff like this. But I say it's very hard because I think, like, in a male's perspective and a female's perspective, if a female go tell their problems, people like, oh, I feel this, like, oh yeah, I can relate to you. But sometimes if males go to certain people, they like, oh, you're a man, you need to toughen up, hey, get yourself right. Like, stop all that whining, things like that. Like, I
You
grew up like that.
soft,
Like, huh?
or you soft.
Yep. Like my dad told me like stop crying, man. Hey, pull yourself together. But then in the long run, I think he listened. He started listening a little bit more and like, oh, he really pulling this from my heart. So then we just started having those conversations. I feel like they don't want to hear out the whole thing. People just want to listen to what's that, and then they want to see what you are. You're a Black young man. You're supposed to be strong, but we go through problems just like everybody else do. So y'all need to listen to us, just like y'all listen to other people. So that's the only thing. That's why I feel like it's just a little hard. Like, they just don't listen. Like if you take a little bit of time out just to listen to us, everything will just be flow nice, just like the ocean. It'll be fine and sweet.
Yeah, I agree, Corey. And what I basically what I'm gonna wrap up what you said. They expect different from us because we're men. They expect us to be that person. Oh, they expect us to handle the females' problems and not have any problems. If we got problems, we gotta handle it ourselves. That's not how it works for us. We have problems just as well as females have problems. We can't go to we might can't come out and how females come out, and not saying it's nothing wrong with how females come out and tell their problems, but we might can't be as comfortable coming out calling their cousins or their sisters and stuff and telling about their problems as we can call our brothers, you know, our big cousins, our little cousins, stuff like that. I think one thing about me, people might think it might sound crazy. I'll talk to my little brother, you know, and I won't tell him about I won't tell him about what's going on, but we'll just have a regular conversation. I just go over there and be like, "Oh, what you doing?" And just because if you know me personally, you know my little brother, he talk a lot. So just to hear his voice and just to know my little brother, and we just talk and just get my mind off of stuff. So I use my little brother, you know, he might not know it, but I just use him. I use my little brother more than he ever would know. Like that's who I use. I'm not comfortable. I will go to my father or stuff. Or if I have like a general problem, I'll call Miss Mo or something. But if it's like something with like a male perspective, or it's like a male perspective, it's like teenage boy issues or something, I really won't go to other people like that. I would just go to my little brother and just talk to my little brother about it. And then once not about the situation, but I would just talk to my little brother. And once we have a conversation, I'll just forget about it and just move on from it. You know, like how much don't you be like do something to keep make you push. You know, I ain't going to Miami, but I'm going to my little brother house. But we gotta get to them jewels, y'all. It's 4 minutes. I get to these jewels. Corey, you want to say your jewel first?
All right. So my jewel I got for today is basically talk about your problems. You don't gotta talk to anybody. Just talk to somebody that you think that will listen to you. And if they got good feedback, get your feedback. Like you will love you gotta feedback is your best friend. You gotta love feedback. Feedback makes you who you are today. So basically just talk about things that you need to talk about. Get it off your chest to somebody that will listen to you.
Okay, my jewel would be discover yourself. And what I mean by that is discover who you are, discover where you want to be in life, and go for it. You know, despite the mental health issues and you know the wanting to kill yourself and stuff like that. You know, that's all in the same boat as discovering who you are and discovering yourself. So mine would be discover yourself, find out what you want to do, and just keep going and pushing forward.
Y'all, this was amazing. This is just such an important conversation, and I appreciate you guys for tackling this. Is it safe for us to say that any Black males that want to continue this conversation or want to get help, can they connect with you guys first?
Yes, definitely. Of course.
Of course.
All right, y'all, we're gonna can somebody drop their IGs in the chat, please? And we don't mean to separate it, boys versus girls, but sometimes boys need other boys to connect with, especially since there's so much stigma and a lot of things that get past with that. So thank you guys for doing that.
No problem, Miss Johnny.
All right, well, I'll see y'all later.
Later.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you again for such a great conversation.
Thank
All
you.
right, you too. And that Miami trip too. Don't forget about it.
Hey y'all, they keep trying to play with me, y'all. Hey y'all, was that not a good conversation, y'all? When I tell y'all, man, listen, if anybody ever tries to talk bad about young Black men, if anybody ever tries to speak bad on just young people in Baltimore, period, y'all remind them about Success Sessions and remind them about the young people that we have coming on here every single day to speak life into each other, to support each other, to share their value, and to create this culture of learning from each other. Like, make sure that y'all remind them that, because too many people get off easily saying that young people ain't about nothing, and young Black people especially ain't really about nothing. That is so untrue. So y'all make sure y'all check them. But look, we had a great day. Y'all know what I'm about to say. It's still some daylight out here, so you know what that means. This shouldn't have ended your day. This should be starting your day. So if you got a business, go work on your business. If you got goals, go work on those goals. If you got something that you're trying to do to help yourself get to the next level, this ain't where you take a break. This is where you get started to start working on that. Take something that we talked about today, that we learned today, apply it to your real life, apply it to your real business, apply it to something that you want to do. And let's get more new heartbeats on here, y'all. The platform is wide open. The door is wide open. Shout out again to Trent. I did respond to your email. We're going to get you on here to host your to host your session as well. And listen, y'all already know what it is, y'all. This is where you start, yo. Success sessions. You want to be successful? This is where you start. You want to connect with other success-minded young people and young adults, yo, this is where you start. You want to level up in life. You want to do something bigger and greater, yo, this is where you start. Hey, Dante, I see you, yo. You don't want to be a broke bum. This is where you start, yo, man. Great day today. I'll see y'all tomorrow, what, 10 o'clock, 9:55-ish, something like that. Enjoy the rest of y'all day. I'll see y'all later.